back again with Jem, but this time the tables have turned, so to speak, and I'm the one who's going to be explaining a little bit of my own story, how I sort of where I began spiritually and where I ended up, and Jem is going to be the interviewer. So
yeah. So, well, let's. First, I'm curious. When do you remember exactly when in your life you began identifying as Christian? I thought that it was fairly recent, right?
That's tricky because I'm 31 now. I was in graduate school when I sort of started considering myself a Christian. So I was 28, and but at that time, my faith in God was kind of shaky, at least intellectually or philosophically speaking.
Okay.
So yeah.
So when we're talking about your sort of pre-Christian period, we're talking about like from your childhood up until like your late 20s. Okay, it was I had a very similar experience. So I'm sure we'll get to the that part of the story, but let's start with your childhood. So like what were your parents like? What was their background?
So my name is Krishna Rivet, but in the devotional name would be Kaliya Krishna Das. So that means servant of Krishna who subdued the Kaliya serpent. And that's a Hare Krishna name, or properly speaking, it's a Gaudiya Vaishnav name. Another name for that religion that I grew up in, or that sect or denomination of Hinduism that I grew up in, is ISKCON, which is an acronym for the International Society of Krishna Consciousness. So who my parents were, my father is an immigrant from Quebec. He was a hippie who became a Hare Krishna, I guess kind of in his late teens or early 20s. He was a disciple of the founder of ISKCON, whose name is, what they just call him Prabhupada, but his real name was his legal name, whatever, was Abhay Charan. And his full spiritual name would be Bhaktivedanta Swami, aka Prabhupada. So Prabhupada is like a nickname that means the master at whose feet sit the other masters. It's a lot that's kind of condensed in there, but that's kind of like the full meaning by implication if you unpack it. So my mother is American.
So you said your dad, how old was he when he how would I say it? Would I say when he converted to Hare Krishna? Or
I don't fully know the answer to that. I want to say he was in his late teens or his early 20s. He was a Catholic by upbringing from Quebec.
Interesting. Okay. Sorry to interrupt. Go on.
No, I think we lagged out there for a second anyway. I was saying that my dad was raised Catholic, and his father was Catholic until the end of his days. Very sort of sincere, also a little bit, shall we say, sere vacantist in his leanings.
You'll have to explain that to me.
Yeah, the kind of the fringe of Catholicism where they think that the current pope, the sitting pope, is not really legitimate. I'm not sure if my grandfather was a full sere vacantist, however one says that, but he was pretty close to that. He was kind of what I guess you would call trad, and very kind of like conspiracy minded. Well, as is my dad, and in some ways, as am I. Yeah, my mother is American. She was born in Hawaii. Um, Her family dates back to before Hawaii was a state. If you go back
Wow.
far enough, if you go back far enough, there's a small amount of Polynesian ancestry too, which is documented and sort of genetically recognizable. If you do the 23andMe tests and so forth. So she is American, and there was quite a big age difference between her and my father, but they were both Hare Krishnas. I guess my mom became a Hare Krishna around 18 or so, or no, younger than that. She was not even an adult. And But she's Christian, and my dad is still Hare Krishna.
Okay. So, and when did that change happen for her?
When did that change happen for her? Probably about 5, 6 years ago.
Interesting. So, pretty proximal to the experience you've been having
Yeah,
yourself.
actually almost simultaneous, but for totally different reasons. So
Wow. Well, we'll definitely come back to that for sure. Uh, okay. So she was a Hare Krishna before she met your dad. Is that right?
oh well, actually I think they might have met at the same time, and he may have been the reason that she converted. I'm not sure. It's funny because we were talking about this last night, that you think in narratives. You're a narrative thinker, and I guess
Yeah.
that's because of your Irish background. Your Irish people are storytellers, uh, um, and I'm not Irish. I'm like French and Portuguese, mostly. But I don't know how much one can generalize about those people. But the point I was trying to make is that I'm not really a storyteller. And in my family, I don't know. I guess we don't talk a lot. Like I don't know a lot
Well,
about
I would
stories.
say though, I don't really know the timeline of my parents
Yeah,
very, very clearly either. I think when you're a
yeah,
kid, you learn it in a different and less kind of formal way, maybe.
yeah,
Um,
yeah.
so you just kind
As
of
a
have
kid,
an
it doesn't interest
impression
you.
of, right, yeah, you just kind of form an impression of like what happened when,
Yeah, I think
yeah.
they kind of met. Well, I if I'm not sure if she met him first or the Hare Krishnas first, but I think that he would have been a large part of the reason why she converted, but I'm not sure about that.
It's interesting. Okay. All right. So yeah, so what was that like as a kid? What's it like being, because I really have very little even in my mind associated with the term Hare Krishna. I did a little bit of Wikipedia research before talking to you, enough to learn that it's, like you said, kind of a branch of Hinduism, right? But so talk about like what that was like being a child in a Hare Krishna household.
Well, so the thing about it is that Hare Krishna, according to some definitions, you could say it was a cult. I'm not sure you could say it still is. Mind you, certain churches get, Christian churches get cult-like in their dynamics. So it's, uh, I would say that, probably every religion is susceptible to becoming a cult, at least in, its specific instantiations in, certain places. So, the thing is, in the 70s, Hare Krishna, ISKCON, there really were some temples that were doing seriously cult-like stuff. Maybe it was even the majority of temples, I don't know, but I know of specific examples, like on the West Coast, as who was he, Hansa Duda? I can't remember. And then over in, it's not New Taliban, it's the other one, New Vrindavan. Where is that? Like Virginia or something? There was Kirtanananda. That guy was crazy. And they were all like using drugs and just like being super narcissistic and controlling, and totally cult-like in the way that they were dealing with people. So in some ways, ISKCON deserved its characterization as a cult. I think the leader, Prabhupada, was, well, I think for one, everything from everything I can see, he was sincere in his beliefs. wasn't using people, he wasn't manipulating people and hiding behind some kind of false veneer of religiosity. So I think for whatever it's worth, he was sincere. And I also don't think that he was being particularly cult-like I mean, he wasn't behaving like a cult leader per se. He was a very elderly gentleman. I mean, he was not doing things like, engaging in sexual impropriety with his disciples. And uh, maybe that was just because of his age, if you want to be uncharitable about it, or maybe it was due to the sincerity of his convictions. But in any case, it's like the cult-like dynamics weren't really at the top, but they were definitely there in the way that certain temples were operated, and in the way that a lot of the temples were making money. Like, they were doing a lot of questionable stuff. And so that, I guess the point I'm trying to make is, like, in my community, which was in Dallas, Texas, there was a lot of questionable stuff at that temple. There was a lot of questionable stuff at the school where I was educated prior to the time that I enrolled. So there was actually a lot of sexual abuse and physical abuse and every kind of abuse that was happening at that school where later I was educated. That's called the Gurukul, school of the Guru, is all it means. Guru just as a teacher. And but at the time that I enrolled there was nothing like that. So what I'm trying to say is, like, there's different, there were different versions of Hare Krishna, if you like, depending on the time and place that you happen to, find yourself in it. Because the time, go ahead.
So it's interesting because the question I asked was, what was it like being a child in a Hare Krishna household? And what your mind went to was were these questions of impropriety, issues in Hare Krishna. Is that something that you were aware of as a child that was especially sort of, is that what you associated
No, not as
with
a
Hare
child.
Krishna?
That would be more me as an adult, just trying to preempt certain suspicions or questions.
I see.
But maybe it's not really appropriate to begin that way. But I thought,
no, it's interesting. It's interesting. So because I was like, he's either sort of trying to just like the Roman Catholic might say, might make a special effort to say, like, oh, my priest growing up was a good priest, with the implication being, like, my experience wasn't connected to all these negative associations you might have with religion.
Well, the thing is, if someone were to dig into the Dallas ISKCON community, they would find that dark history at the specific school where I went. And for that reason, they might think, well, maybe the same thing happened to this guy, assuming they cared to ask the question.
Right.
But in my own case, what I'm trying to explain is that at that particular time, that my family moved there, something must have changed where, if that temple had ever been operated in a sort of cult-like and controlling way, it no longer was. And the school where I attended, it was headed by a lady who was really she was really a great teacher, and she was really a great person. She's actually one of the best people whom I've ever met, I would say, and one of the strongest.
She was your teacher, or she ran the school that you attended? What was the school like? Was it a big school, or
no? It was so small that there were only like 20 students.
Right. So there's only one teacher.
Yeah. Well, sometimes there were more than one teacher, but sometimes she kind of ran the school herself and kind of taught it all herself. And so when she was running the school, there was no question of there ever being anything abusive or out of hand, or so it was like night and day. I would, from what I can see and from what I can remember, it was like night and day. at that school, before she took over and after. I'm not sure how much time period there was between, when the abuse was happening and when she came in. But I know that by the time that she came in, that was pretty much the end of the nightmare. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, because I have so little association with the faith. I would never have thought to even ask about any relationship to that kind of thing.
I mean, there's heavy
but
stuff.
It sounds like it was
ISKCON,
a
Hare Krishna. There's some crazy stuff that happened. There's no question about it.
I'm curious about why you think that's the case, but let's maybe come back to that after we hear some more. So I'm curious about this teacher. Why was she? What was she like? Like, was she? Do you remember her as a teacher primarily, or as a role model?
Yeah, well, she was. I'm not sure what her educational background was. She was from Mississippi. I mean, she's still alive, just like my father. I guess she's about the same age as my father, maybe a little older. She was from Mississippi. Her husband had like an English degree and was an English teacher. He taught at like El Centro Community College, where I later also tutored. And how do I remember her? I mean, yeah, she taught like every subject, whenever it was necessary. And she was a very she could be stern, but she was also a warm person. So she had a very integrated personality where she could fulfill many roles as the occasion required. And she's very strong because the job that she did was obviously extremely stressful, and it required her to learn all these kind of rules and regulations and laws. Those are always changing. Education is kind of because at first the school was totally private, and then it became a charter school. So outside kids could enroll. So she was always navigating all that stuff while she was like at some times, I think, single-handedly educating multiple grades by herself. And so
was spiritual education part of the curriculum at the school?
Absolutely. Yeah, very much so. Yeah.
What was that like?
Well, like some of our teachers were from Singapore and different places like that, Malaysia, and they had come up in an educational system where there was a lot of rote learning. So we did a lot of rote learning, and we kind of memorized scriptures. And so I did, have to memorize some Sanskrit verses, not too many, or at least not too many that I could remember. And we always had the sort of Hare Krishna interpretation of current events. And it was not so much a thing where we really had a separate class devoted to it, as it was something which suffused every other subject, I would say.
Yeah. So would you say there was a lot of discussion about like the sort of theology or philosophy of the faith, or was it mostly this sort of rote memorization? And do you understand what I'm asking?
There was both, but if anything, it was more actual like philosophical discussion. We didn't end up having to memorize too much. I think that was kind of I think that was the way they used to do it. But by the time I came in there, in Jayanti's school, when she was the principal, it was a lot more like an American school. Yeah, so we were mostly learning phonics and stuff. And I don't know, don't quote me on this. In fact, don't quote me on a lot of this, but I think at the old Gurukul, it was like a real Gurukul where like the kids may have actually lived there. But for us, it wasn't that. It was a school that we went to and then left. So that's another pretty significant difference. But you know, that there was at least a shadow of that kind of very authoritarian and rote emphasizing approach to education, which, like, I don't think, you know, like, there was never any corporal punishment, you know, when I was at the school after Jayanti had taken over. But before that, you know, like in the bad old days, I'm sure that was present too. And I think that for some of my teachers, not that they ever abused us, but I think that, you know, like the way they had been brought up, it was like, you know, you memorize it or you get raps, you know. So I think that was kind of how it was. And
Well,
certainly a
what did
lot
you
of,
think about? Uh, I'm sorry to interrupt, but
no,
what
go
did
ahead.
you remember, like how you felt about going to that school as a kid? Like, did you have friends who had a more sort of ordinary American school
No,
experience?
no,
No.
see, no,
So
all my friends were actually, like, I would have been more sort of, my family would have been more liberal in a sense, because there were lots of rules to keep. You know, that was a point I was trying to make earlier. Like, there's lots of rules you have to follow. The four major ones are, you know, you don't eat meat, you don't have sex outside of marriage, you don't gamble, and you don't drink or have any kind of intoxicants. And then so you got the rules and you got the interpretations of the rules, right? As always. And some people interpreted the ban on intoxicants to include caffeine and indeed any substance containing caffeine, so chocolate. So you had the rules, and then you had the people who were really strict about the rules, almost like Pharisees, you know?
right, yeah. So how in general, because
And
like
in my
in
family, we were not strict rule keepers. Like, I would come to my dad and I would say, well, don't you know that actually, you know, I learned from so and so that you can't eat this and you can't eat that because it has fragments of insects in it or whatever. And my dad would say, Cal, yeah, we're not fanatics.
I see.
Uh,
Oh, we're not fanatic. Okay.
I grew up with my dad mostly because I was about 8 years old when my mom left.
Oh, I didn't think to ask if they were together, if they had separated.
Well, yeah, well, they separated when I was about 8, and so I was mostly raised with my dad. I still visited my mom, but it was my dad who was kind of, you know, he was like the one who really, in a way, interpreted the faith for us at home. And the version of uh, Hinduism that he got was really the Prabhupada version of it. It was mediated heavily by, you know, his guru, which is kind of the way it works. So, um,
You said, did you have brothers and sisters?
yes. So, I grew up with one brother, and then when I was 10 years old, my mom had another child, and so uh, he didn't live with us. But when I visited her, then, you know, then that's when I got to see my baby brother. But, you know, for a long time it was just me and my younger brother living with my dad, and then with our first stepmother. And so, you know, she unfortunately passed away. So then we had another stepmother. So, like, it's complicated because there's a divorce, and then there's the first stepmother, and the second stepmother. Anyway, so
Right. So there's a lot of uh yeah, that's a complex story, it seems like.
yeah, it kind of is. When I look back
Well,
on it, yeah.
so when we're talking about you being in school, we're talking about around this, like like kindergarten to sixth grade. Is that the time frame in which you were going to that Hare Krishna
Yeah,
school?
I was at that school until I was 15 or 16. That was when, so I was born in Hawaii, and then 15 or 16 is when we moved back. And that's when I started attending public high school, after a lifetime of having gone to this incredibly tiny private school.
Right. Okay. So you moved. Um, so you moved from Texas back to Hawaii in your teenage years, and that's
But I
when.
did everything from kindergarten to the first 2 years of high school at that Gurukul. So
Okay.
yeah,
So when you were a kid, this was just that was your entire frame of reference, your entire world was that school. So it probably didn't seem unusual to you at all.
Yeah.
Do you remember how you felt about the faith, or do you remember what belief was like for you as a child?
That's interesting. I remember that I was not as serious about God, I would say, as the other kids were, or no, as some kids were. Maybe more serious than the average kid, but not as serious as some. Particularly like the legalism and the rules and actually learning the philosophy was stuff that apparently never interested me much, because honestly, I never learned very much about it. I don't know very much about Hinduism, despite having been raised in a Hindu faith. A lot of what I do know came after I left. And in a sense, I've never really left like, I don't think I would be unwelcome at any of the temples. It's because that's another way that it's like, if it was a cult before in certain places, like it isn't now, or at least no longer is at the place where I was raised. Because if you leave the faith, you're not shunned, you know. Whereas in a cult, like Jehovah's Witnesses or whatever, that's kind of that's pretty standard. So
for you as a kid, it was all just sort of part of just ordinariness. That's what it sounds like you're saying to me.
Yeah. I was pretty devout, like in the sense of I tried to never lie. I was pretty serious about that. And I was pretty serious about God as I understood him. But that did not always line up with sort of what I was taught, but I tried to make it conform to what I was taught.
Can you characterize what you mean by that? How God seems to you, and how that's different from how he was being presented?
I think I always had a little bit of a sense that God was different than the sort of the philosophy and the scriptures portrayed him.
How did the philosophy and the scriptures portray him?
Well, that's very interesting. It's extremely complicated. So the thing about Vaishnav theology is that it's Hinduism, but it's monotheistic Hinduism, which for some people is already an irreconcilable contradiction in terms. But if it sounds that way to you, you're just going to have to deal with it, because that's what it was. I'm not saying that to you, but just to whoever may be listening. It's a little bit like in the Bible, in the Old Testament. It's henotheistic. It's monolatristic. So, which is to say, there are many divinities, but only one is worshipped. Only one is accorded preeminence. And that's how Vaishnav Hinduism is, because they worship. Well, Vaishnav, I think, means that they worship Vishnu, but the particular branch of, I don't know, Vishnuism that I was part of was Krishnaism. So there's a form. So I think in maybe a more mainstream Hindu theology, Krishna is an incarnation of Vishnu. But in our theological system, it's almost reversed, where it's, if anything, is like Vishnu is a form of Krishna. Krishna is, quote unquote, the supreme personality of Godhead. And meaning that the analogy that I was often provided with to kind of understand how it worked was, if you have like 100 candles, all those candles are qualitatively similar to each other. But if there was one candle that lit all the other candles, then that has a certain kind of originality despite its qualitative identity with the other candles. I guess that's a little bit like the Orthodox, Greek Orthodox conception of the Father as like the source of light, and then the rays of light are, like the sun. Something like trying to convey a sense of source without temporal precedence. I mean, it's a little bit like that, but the point was for them, Krishna was like the ultimate form. Like you worship one God, that God is Krishna. First and foremost, he lives like eternally in a place called Goloka Vrindavan, which is a lot like the real place Vrindavan, but nicer. Vrindavan is a place in northeast India.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, it's super involved, and so Krishna is kind of a, well, mythologically, I would say he's kind of like a trickster figure. That's really the archetype on whom he maps most closely. He was supposed to have come down to Earth in our present yuga, which is it's so complicated. So, like in Hinduism, there's 4 yugas: Satya Yuga. I'm gonna mess up the order. Satya Yuga, Treta Yuga, Dwapara Yuga, and Kali Yuga. So we unfortunate modern people inhabit Kali Yuga. Kali Yuga is like it's the Iron Age. It's called. The other ages had nicer metals like gold and silver. I don't know, maybe bronze. But this age is an age of decay and degeneration. And Krishna's advent, I think,
how is that spelled? You said Kali Yuga. How is it spelled?
Kali. It's like goddess Kali.
So is your name
No.
linguistically related to that?
No,
it's not. Okay.
Perhaps the thing is, Kaliya means in some dialects, it means black, and but it's the name of a snake. Kaliya is a snake. It's a many-headed cobra on whose heads Krishna danced in order to subdue the Kaliya serpent. He didn't kill him,
right?
But he subdued him, and there may be an association maybe with the word black. I'm not sure, but see, Krishna also means black or like dark one, because Krishna has dark skin. The way it's described is like the sun behind is like the moon behind a cloud at night. It's dark but also lustrous. And so maybe I know that my name kind of has a double of the word black, or a cognate for it, in that language, and maybe goddess Kali is a similar thing. I don't know. I've never thought about it, but it's different because Kaliya is a snake and Kali is a goddess. So
right. Okay, so well, I deflected us from you were basically trying to, and sorry about the dogs, but you're basically trying to, in an abbreviated way, tell me everything about the Hare Krishna faith. And I know it's
yeah, which is like so much stuff. It's like you were asking about their conception of God, basically, which was Krishna.
Right.
And Krishna is complicated.
Is it fair to say that it's a very, you said it's very involved, like it's a very story embedded, like mythology embedded belief. Is that something like it? Go on and explain more to me.
The scriptures are just super old. It's a lot older than the Bible. I'm not sure. See, we always had the official dates and authors for our religious texts, and then there's the ones that Wikipedia will give you, right? But gosh, I think we were taught that the Bhagavad Gita and a bunch of other scriptures, they were compiled or written or recorded by a sage named Vyas. But Vyas's own relationship with God is tricky, because I think he might have been an incarnation of God. I'm not sure, because that's always liable to happen in Hinduism, because it's so syncretizing that if there's somebody who even seems to be the head of a different religion, like the Buddha, Hinduism will just grab it and say, Vaishnav Hinduism will grab that and say, now the Buddha is he's actually an incarnation of Krishna. And there's Matsya Kurma Varaha, Shrimadev, Vamana. See, there's another one in there, like Shankya, I want to say, but it was a different Shankya. Anyway, so I'm getting lost now in my own
Well, no, it's interesting
recollection of this.
because I'm aware of this kind of, there's almost like a fluidity that exists in Hinduism with
Yeah.
other faiths.
Yeah,
That's interesting.
it's just like so much stuff. So there's at least two epics. Those are narratives. There's the Ramayana, and then there's the Mahabharata. And but in addition to that, you have like the kind of the scriptures, a lot of which are stories. Srimad Bhagavatam, Bhagavad Gita. Bhagavad Gita is embedded in the narrative of the Mahabharata. And more like the
I'm sorry.
Upanishads, the philosophy.
I hate to interrupt you. Let me pause the recording real. Okay, sorry about that little interruption.
Well, I was saying that the Bhagavad Gita, which is like a really important text, like of comparable importance to the Bible, that's embedded in the longer narrative of the Mahabharata, which is an epic poem. And so there's a lot more scripture in it than in, say, Christianity, which just has the Old Testament and the New Testament. Probably more than exists in. There's probably more. I mean, because Orthodox Judaism has the Bible and a little less than the Christian Bible. They've got. I mean, it's like the oral law. So it's a little bit more than just what was written. But nonetheless, I think that they're working with less scripture. Even when you take the oral Torah and you write it down, I think they're still working with less scripture than exists in Hinduism. Though I'm not sure, because there's lots of rabbinic commentaries. I'm not sure how many pages that would run to.
Right.
So
the thing we're trying to get to here is, and you've given me a good sort of image of what you mean by the sort of, obviously I don't know how Hindu people think about God, but it gives me some kind of clue. But what I'm curious about is, you said that you had the way that you thought about God as a child, you knew from fairly early on that there was something different about the way you were thinking about it compared to this conception.
Well, probably it was just that my sensibility was, despite all the religious influences, still pretty American, and that I didn't think God was quite so Indian. Maybe very crudely speaking, that's maybe why I always had a little bit of reservation about what I was being taught. But the thing is, really, for the most part, I would say I believed it all, and I tried to conform my ideas of God to what I was being presented. And I don't think that their conception of God was really terribly noxious or wrong-headed. If we were to borrow some sort of ideas from the Chronicles of Narnia, I would say their God was more like Aslan than it was like Tash. So I'm not saying that Krishna does a lot of reprehensible things, although at least when you compare him to Jesus, to me, some of the things Krishna does are kind of questionable. Krishna is like a trickster figure. So he has his childhood in Vrindavan where he's going around being Dennis the Menace. Basically, he's just causing trouble. He's grabbing cows by their tails and letting them drag him in the dust. He is stealing butter. That's a trope that recurs a lot. He steals butter. He gets disciplined, and then when they tie him up, he looks so cute and adorable that they have to just like let him go, and they overcome with remorse for having. I mean, he's fun to read about because he is like he's a bad boy.
That's very interesting. Well,
and he's also God. It's like it's a lot like Jesus in the sense of an incarnation, but it's unlike Jesus in the sense that they wouldn't say he's wholly God and wholly human. They would just say he's just God, period. He's not actually a normal human.
So Okay,
yeah, we were just talking about how Krishna is kind of like a trickster archetype. He's a
right.
bad boy in his childhood and in his adulthood. So
Well, so that's a very different way of conceptualizing deity than, well, you're talking about like the American cultural conception of God.
well, even
Humor
just the
or
Orthodox Christian conception where he's holy God and he's holy man. Krishna is not human. Krishna is just God, period. Like that would be an important difference. Although he is God in a human form. A human form with dark blue skin. So not
the
actually
form,
a
right?
common human form. Just emphasis on the word form, not necessarily extending to, skin color.
So because of your cultural surroundings, it was just difficult for you to take that kind of image of God seriously. It is
Perhaps, on some level, I think that especially when I was younger, like kind of, I don't know, 6 or 7, I remember being a little bit more consciously heterodox. But that, like, see, we wore long tails on the back of our head, tails of hair, like Sika, it's called. Um, uh, Maybe the closest thing would be like those long braided tails that the Chinese would wear, like in the days of the, I don't know, some dynasty, Han dynasty. Anyway, um, the Buddhists shave their entire head. Hare Krishnas, they just have that little tail. And that, there's some complicated philosophical reason for that. It's to emphasize the personalism of their theistic belief. In Hindu philosophy, there's something called the Brahmat, which is the absolute. And some debate hinges on the question of whether the Brahman should be understood as personal or beyond personal, impersonal. And or if so, if we understand that it's beyond personal in the ordinary sense, does that mean something super personal or does that mean something impersonal? And so the Vaishnavs always came down emphasizing the personhood of God, and they specified it so much that they ended up with Krishna as the supreme personality of Godhead. And the Buddhists kind of talked, or most of them do and did talk about the Brahman and the absolute as like kind of an impersonal force. And so the symbolism behind having a Sika or tail had something to do with the difference between like impersonalism, where you shave your entire head, and Sika is like for almost like for God to grab you by the tail. I don't remember how that worked, but it was some complicated reason.
Very intricate, yeah. It's interesting because of how intricate your delvings into the theological have become now. That's what I keep being reminded of as we talk about this.
But that was a lot more narrative, and what I do now is a lot more kind of dryly philosophical. Although that's present. Yes. Like I was saying that the Upanishads, like those are some other scriptures that I should have mentioned, and the Upanishads and all these things. They're more kind of dryly philosophical, and they're very old. That's really that tradition of Hindu meditation, like the yogis, they just meditate.
Right.
And when you meditate, what happens is the default mode network in your, brain, it goes down. And what that's associated with is the kind of sense of egoic chatter that pervades your, your normal waking experience. That dies down, and the sense of self and other disappears, and the sense of oneness obtains between oneself and the rest of the contents of one's consciousness. And so that's why in the Upanishads you have like Uddalaka saying things like, his son is asking like, who am I? And he say, if you want to know who you are, my son, it's like, look at the banyan tree, and now look at, which comes from this extremely tiny seed. The banyan tree is gigantic, and comes from this tiny seed. You are that which is held in common between the banyan tree and and that tiny seed. You are that, my son. So is this kind of immanentizing, pantheistic, all-pervading sense of godhood with which, or the Brahman, with which there is some commonality or shared identity, between Atman, the self, and Brahman, as a very key feature. And how to characterize that relationship is another like debate of major importance that ran through Hindu mythology, and the emphasis on the self as distinct from God is something that the Vaishnav personalists ended up making a big deal out of, because if you totally erase that distinction, then you can't really have bhakti yoga anymore, which is the path of devotion, devotional service to a personal God. And it's like, it kind of seems to me like in some ways that the impersonalists made a little bit more sense in the debate, because you just look at the words like there's the God in your heart, where there's the Paramatma. It's like it's understood to be, when, like, if you look at the word Atman, it's like the self. Like, it should be understood as like other self. It should be understood as like just like you,
Right.
but the God version of you. But the Hare Krishnas or like the Vaishnavas were like so insistent on the distinction between, or at least the theology that I was raised in was so insistent on the distinction between self and God, that they said that Paramatma, so that's just God in your heart. That's not actually you. God is everywhere, and he's also in your heart. That's the Paramatma.
Right.
But I think if you look at the word, it's saying something uh, uh, nearer to oneself than just God uh, seated by oneself. Like, the image that they gave was like, there's a branch, there's two birds, and one bird, he's agitated, and he's just pecking at all the fruit, but not really liking it, but he's still driven to peck at it and eat it. And the other bird is just regarding him placidly and just like, what are you so agitated about? Just chill out. But really, the way that a lot of meditators take that is like, there's the false me and there's the real me, which is God, just like totally one with everything and at peace. But what I would say that they don't realize is that just because the default mode network goes down and you feel one with everything doesn't mean that you are God. It just means you're identified now with all the contents of your consciousness, which is still just a tiny bubble. So for me personally, I would also sort of come down. See, the guy who harmonized it and was really the proximate, there's a whole line of disciplic succession. There's like, this guy was this guy's guru, and he was this guy's guru, and on and on and on. And we recited the song that was like all the gurus in succession. And the one who was really important for us, it was also understood to be God incarnate, was Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And he lived about 500 or 600 years ago. And Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's answer to that question of the relationship between Atman and the Brahman was basically, he called it achintya bheda abheda, which is inconceivable sameness and difference. So it's like, I don't know how, but they are the same, just like all of our scriptures have said and insisted, or our philosophical speculations and traditions have said, but they're also different. They're always different. There is a personal God who is other than, and so he was insistent on that without really being clear on how, because he just said it's achintya, it's just inconceivable, but it is. Yeah.
So I'm going to go back and hit on this point again, though, because I think it's worth noting that I feel more as I hear you talk about this and what you're emphasizing, you've definitely brought, because when I listen to your podcast now, you're developing in a very intricate way. In fact, you've used the term intricate before to describe the way that you think about things. I know it's not narrative like the Hindu mythology, but I definitely see this it's like your brain wants a very detailed and a very detailed model with a lot of moving parts in it.
Maybe that's my Hindu influence unconsciously. I don't know. But the thing about it is that when I was a kid, I never thought of myself as knowing a lot of the intricacies of our faith. I was always conscious of it as something that was too complicated for me to ever figure out. So like, don't even try. Because it's all stuff like, oh, in this story, like, so in the story of my name, Krishna is he's the cowherd boy in Vrindavan, Dennis the Menace, going around making trouble. And then one day, a big bad snake. You know what it is? Polycephaly, like when the animals, the mutation, they have more than one head. You see that in cobras sometimes, but it's usually only like 2 heads. I don't know if there's ever been a viable cobra with 3 heads, but this cobra in the story has like 100 heads, or at least 20. Like when you look at the depictions, it's a lot of heads. And what that means, because the cobra heads, they have hoods, so it's like a wide dance floor, as it were. Krishna gets up on that cobra and he dances on his heads, and he gives him a really bad headache, headsache, and so the snake, he just hightails it out of there. But see, what really happened is, because the snake, just his presence in the water was so vile and toxic that it was like contaminating the whole water supply, and all the trees and the birds were just dropping dead. Like, that was why Krishna had to chase him out. But it's like, the way it always works in these stories is like, yes, but didn't you know that Kaliya was actually just the reincarnation of some guy? Who was he now? Can't remember his name. It was a guy. He was a Brahmin who lived in he was in a Brahmin ashram, and Brahmins are like really sniffy. They're like very easy to offend. And they get very huffy, like with each other, like, oh, did you slight me, and did you steal one of my cows? It's like, it's very Indo-Aryan in the way that like wealth is measured in cows. Or when you were doing the rules and regulations, did you obey this little thing? And oh, you didn't? Well, that means you're an idiot. So it's like the Brahmins have this very kind of complicated, snarky politics with each other. And one Brahmin had offended another Brahmin, and he said, so the name comes back to me now. His name, the reincarnation, or the pre-incarnation, I suppose, of Kaliya was Vedashira. And it's like, Vedashira is, I don't know, either his own guru or some other Brahmin is like, Vedashira, you are so envious and snarky. You're just like a snake. So in your next life, I curse you to become a snake. And so that's why Kaliya existed. But why was Kaliya in Vrindavan? It was because Garuda, who was like this kind of eagle man, or just a sentient eagle, who is also Krishna's air mount, if we were to put it in World of Warcraft terms. Not that I ever really played that game, but Garuda is just, eagles hunt snakes, and so Garuda was just making problems for like every snake, and even though Kaliya was a big bad snake. But see, the thing is, Kaliya is a Naga. So Naga, if you look at that word, it's actually cognate with the English word snake. It's unbelievable, but it's because the Proto-Indo-European basis. The sort of the modern linguistic understanding is that there was some people in central Russia called the Yamnaya, and that these are like the Proto-Indo-European people, some of whom went to Iran and then to India, some of whom went to Europe. And that's why there's actually a linguistic similarity between their languages and ours. It was discovered in like the 18th century or something, during the days of the British Raj, by some English judge who just spent enough time looking at Sanskrit words and must have been hit with like the unbelievable conclusion that these people who live a world away from us and have such a different culture actually have a structurally cognate language with ours. So Naga and snake, the old Indo-European reconstructed source for that would be snago. So one takes off the S, and keeps the G as a G. The other keeps the S and devoices the G. And so, but a Naga in mythology.
I lost you. I lost your audio.
Yeah. Hold
on. You're back. I can hear you again.
Okay. A Naga is like a snake, but it's also like a person. So very often they can shape shift into like a human form, and they have wives who are always artistically depicted as like human females. And so I don't know why that is, but Kaliya, he's in there and Krishna is dancing on his head, and then all his wives say, Krishna, please stop. Krishna's like, okay, because I'm chivalrous, I'll stop dancing on your man's heads or your snake man's heads. So, but the thing is, the Naga, like, see, in the Mahabharata, Arjun marries a Naga, but it's when, you know, she puts the moves on him, she's in human form. So the Nagas, they're not just snakes, they're like human snake, humanoid things.
It's very interesting. This is your namesake.
Yeah, my name's Snake, if you will.
Yeah.
So.
It hurts me whenever you do that.
Yeah, it's just you know, it's real complicated. You gotta have some fun with it.
Well, okay. Well, so I love that, all of that stuff. I don't want to move on before you finish. Is there?
Was there
rude for me to say, is there a point to that? Well, it's hard to. I like the things that are coming out of you as this as we go through this, but my temptation is to move our discussion in time a little bit forward.
Yeah.
Because I mean, this is a very interesting element of it to me, because I hadn't really understood, because we've been talking recently about how you're not a very narrative thinker, but you come from a tradition that is perhaps much more narrative in nature than Christianity.
But it's so non-linear as to almost render the narrativity pointless.
Right. Right.
But no, it is very, because I was just saying, like, there's untold depths to this stuff. So it's like, you can know the story. Oh, but do you really know the story?
Right.
Don't you know that Hiranyaksha and Hiranyakashipu were just reincarnations of Jai and Vijay?
I see.
And don't you know why Jai and Vijay had to reincarnate as them? It was because when so-and-so was trying to go to the gate at this planet, you know, they didn't let him in and they snubbed him, and then and that person was also God incarnate. It's like, oh my gosh. So it's like,
you never get to the bottom. You never get to the bottom of that. Yeah.
It's like super involved. There's so much ground to cover. But that's how a lot of it works. It's like cyclically embedded, reincarnation driven narratives.
It's very interesting, Cal. Well, I'm going to bring some of this stuff up again later on. But you went to this Hare Krishna school until you were a teenager, and you moved from Texas to Hawaii, and you were in public school. So what was that like?
Yeah, I lost my faith like almost immediately after that, because I was questioning it, and there was nothing that could answer the questions. You know, it seemed to me, once I studied the theory of, you know, evolution, that it was horrifying and also, you know, true. And for that reason, around that time, I became really attracted to the poetry of Lord Tennyson, because I guess, you know, in my adolescent solipsism, I was attracted to poetry from an era whose whole intellectual like struggle and dialectic reflected what was then my personal struggle and dialectic, like a society which had formerly been steeped in theism, now grappling with the seemingly atheistic possibility that life did not need a designer. At least, an individual species does not need a designer. It can come from some kind of apparent disorder, just time and chance acting on matter, as the Christian apologists like to derisively put it. So that's why I memorized a lot of poetry from Tennyson at that time, because he would have poems like they were from In Memoriam, which is what he wrote when his friend died.
Recite something if you can remember it. I don't want to push you on the spot.
Trying to see if I can remember it. It's like oh, yet we trust that somehow good. No, that's not the one I want. The nature read in Tooth and Claw one.
Right. Yeah.
How does it begin? If I could just remember the beginning.
That's how it always works with.
If I just jump in medias res, I'll find somewhere. So it's like, I stretch lame hands of faith and grope, and gather dust and chaff and call to what I feel is Lord of all, and faintly trust the larger hope, which is actually that means universalism, universal redemption, including the animals. That not a moth with vain desire is shriveled in a fruitless fire, or but subserves another's gain. But see, now I'm mixing up. There's two different ones, and I'm kind of mixing them up. Basically, Darwinian evolution is seeming to challenge his whole, picture of reality with its like atheistic horror. Because like he, and to an extent the rest of his society, were grappling with that, I found it very relevant. So I was like not doing homework or like doing schoolwork. I was just like memorizing Tennyson poems.
Everybody's been there. No,
yeah,
it's a very unusual experience.
I was as very emo, and that was the form that my emo is.
What was disturbing to you about evolution?
Oh, because it's like, how do you know God exists? Because all this order had to come from a designer. Well, wait, not necessarily. And so if that not necessarily clause is validated, then like the whole structure kind of goes out the window.
Well, not necessarily means only possibly, and then you're left. I don't remember the quote from that Tennyson poem that you were just clinging to a kind of a much fainter hope.
Yes.
Than necessity.
Very well put. Yes.
Right. The step down from necessity to possibility is a big step.
That's correct. Because a lot of necessity is just like, the force of a claim of logical necessity is like, it cannot possibly be otherwise. So wait, possibly it can be otherwise. Then suddenly you don't have the force of logical necessity behind your claim anymore. Not that the argument from order to a designer is, strictly speaking, a logical argument. That's more like an empirical argument. But nonetheless,
it's an analogical argument at best.
Yeah.
If you find a watch, you're justified in believing there's a watchmaker. So there's some analogy between that and the world is pretty different from a watch. So it's not a very tight analogy, probably. But go ahead.
Well, no, I mean that's pretty much it. So I was in public high school, and it seemed to me that everyone else was functionally atheistic, but not disturbed. It seemed to me like you had the Christians who were deluded, and then everyone else who was functionally atheistic, but like not disturbed by like the pointless horror and brutality of nature and human society and all that. And so I felt really alienated, to put it mildly, in addition to having come from such a different background. Then I was a really weird kid. I'm still weird now, but the way that it manifested back then was I couldn't sit still. I always had to be, I was just walking miles and miles by myself every day, just walking all around. That's just because if I sat still, then I would just be tormented and agitated by my anxieties. But I wasn't reading per se, but I was like at lunch, I would go through the dictionary and I would write down every word I didn't know. Because I got to public school and I realized, oh, gee, well, why? Because I'd taken the pre-SAT and I did really badly on that, but I didn't care. And then I got to public school and they were doing the SAT words of the day, and I was like, I don't know any of these words. Am I supposed to? So I had the dictionary and I would read that in English class at lunch. And my habit was I had a bookmark that was like a piece of paper that I would fold up into quarters and put in my pocket. And so then every word I didn't know, I would write it, and then I would write the definition. And then so I would do that, or any word that I encountered in another book, because I would pop into bookstores and just like pick up a book, just read a little bit, put it back. And every unfamiliar word, I put it down in that piece of paper. And then I would later on, when my mind was quieter, I would write down the definitions on flashcards. And at first I would actually review the flashcards, but later on the motoric act of writing down the definition was sufficient to encode it in my memory. Uh-oh. I feel like.
So you did this completely of your own, this was you at some point came to the decision that you're going to pursue this project of vocabulary, essentially.
Yeah.
And do you remember what drove you to do that?
Well, because I was really interested in sort of the world of knowledge that the world outside my religion had to offer, but I felt very limited by my vocabulary.
Right.
So it was at that time too that I learned how to transcribe. So I work as a speech therapist now, and I use the International Phonetic Alphabet to transcribe children's and adults, like phonetic productions. But I had already known how to do that. The admittedly simpler, but still really, it's actually comparably sophisticated to what a speech therapist uses in practice. The IPA, what is that about? It's like the International Phonetic Alphabet, not India Pale Ale. The IPA it's a set of symbols that is so wide that you can use it to transcribe the sounds from any language. But as a practicing speech therapist, you only work with English. And dictionaries, like when you look at their little pronunciation guides, they all have like little different conventions. And I just kind of developed my own, which was a synthesis of several different dictionaries, because I wanted to learn the pronunciation as well as the meaning. Because that was another thing that disturbed me, is I realized that the whole kind of quasi-foreign world in which I was brought up, where like every second or third person is an immigrant, including my father. It's like everyone mispronounced everything. Like even like Hare Krishna's words for the faithful is devotees. But if you look it up in a dictionary, it's not going to tell you to say it like that. It's going to say devotees. So like everything. So I felt like I must have been embarrassing myself every time I opened my mouth. Which to some extent is still true, just inevitably. But that was why I wanted to learn how to pronounce words too. So I learned how to transcribe, and I learned a bunch of words, and then I felt like when I opened up books, I knew I could know what they were talking about to some extent, because I would see words that I had first learned from a dictionary and actually not from a library book. It was because I didn't have the actual attention span or emotional health to sit down and acquire that vocabulary through reading. It's like I took a shortcut through the dictionary.
Well, I mean, it's not like that fails to require focus, though. I mean,
the thing is, no, because later on,
much...
actually, just the motoric act of writing it down was sufficient to encode it. I memorized a lot of words verbatim. Actually, most of which I've now forgotten. but the phrase of or pertaining to is sort of seared into my neurons. The definition of every adjective in the particular encyclopedic dictionary that I was using at home, because at school I used the school dictionaries, which were better. And then at home I had this giant encyclopedic dictionary that smelled like cigarettes, and that was duct tape. It was all duct tape. I never knew, from the cover at least, like what encyclopedic dictionary it was, but that was its like entry for every adjective began with of or pertaining to, you know, at least the adjectives which are, you know, have a Latinate form, which are kind of like high dollar vocabulary words, not very common vocabulary words.
So, but this like there's a lot of memorization in this story. I'm noticing your experiences in early school. Is that something you have an aptitude for naturally?
Possibly, yeah, because this just reminded me of how, like, in our school, all our educational materials were like from the 50s, basically, like super old. All our maps still said the USSR, and my teachers from Singapore or wherever, they wanted us to actually just like memorize like memorize all the capitals of where? The United States? No, just all of them. So it's like the whole world? Yeah. It's like, okay. So I go to the maps and you know, memorize the capitals from there, but for, you know, countries which no longer really exist. But you know, still that's sufficient to learn many of the world's capitals, and I did that. And then and at one point I did know all the capitals of the world, you know, both on the old maps and current maps. Probably forgotten many of them, but yeah, there is a lot of rote memorization. But the difference between like my own like encyclopedic dictionary and the new dictionaries, which were at my public school, reminded me of the difference between the old maps that we had at my school and what I knew were the up-to-date maps.
Well, it's a perfect metaphor for what you were doing. You're updating your map. You understood that language was the key to understanding the territory that you found yourself in.
Yes, and much more.
And you made it a project. You actually made a project out of it. Like, what was it, a project, or was it like a compulsion or a neurosis? Because
it's almost no difference, but both. Yeah.
Right. Okay, so you what were your favorite subjects? Were you an English, a good English student? You were a bad student generally?
Yeah, I was in the
So was I, terrible.
Order. Yeah, I was really terrible.
I graduated very close to the bottom of my class. I don't really even understand how it's possible that I graduated. Sometimes I think back and I'm like, how is it possible? I didn't ever read any of the books that they assigned.
Yeah, the answer is that you were in public school and you had a pulse and you showed up, and so they found some way to graduate you, which is good because you don't want to have to take the GED. That's harder.
Right. Yeah. So you're a rubbish student. But you're engaging in this project of expanding your linguistic universe and memorizing Tennyson poems. Were you finding it easy to make friends amongst the general normie population?
You know, the thing is, the only people who were my friends were just the nice kids. That was actually kind of good because there were some really, I knew some really nice people at that school. A lot of them were Asian American, because in Hawaii, that's just how most of the population is.
Right.
And they were very, very intelligent. They were like, a lot of my friends were friends from the orchestra. And they were really great instrumentalists, but of course, you know how competitive that world is, but maybe you don't.
What did you play?
I learned to play viola just so I could be with them. But I wasn't good at playing viola. I was in the junior orchestra, and I was like the violist who is like the least senior, like, you know, the most junior low tier violist in the bottom tier orchestra, because I had no previous experience with playing viola.
But that was the entry requirement for the social club that you.
Yeah, kind of. You know, I wanted to be part of part of their world, as Ariel might have put it. Uh, uh, and we didn't have orchestra at my school, so I didn't have any experience.
You really seem to have felt like an alien.
Oh, for sure.
Do you remember feeling that way?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and like I was weird. Like, at 16 or 15, I was already as tall as I am now, and a lot of kids at that school were a lot smaller. And I was just
How
like
tall
this.
are you, Cal?
I'm about, well, actually, no one knows because when I go to the doctor's office, the nurses aren't really tall enough to measure me properly. I'm not super tall. I'm either 6'2" or 6'3", according to the two most recent conflicting measurements that I got. I put 6'2" on my driver's license, but for a long time I thought I was 6'1". So
you were tall, you were big. You're
compared
tall
to them,
compared to them.
Out. So I was just like this big, weird, red-haired guy that was just like really intense and neurotic, and
you were trying to figure it out and observe, but you were standing out.
No, I didn't have an interest in belonging to just in the abstract or in general. Right. I didn't care about that.
Right.
I only cared about the truth. No, I was like,
when did that start? Was that when you were a teenager? That because you're sort of beginning a project. It seems like you were interested in the truth at this point.
Yeah.
Like, was that the
case? It did start at that time. Yeah, it did start at that time when I was about 16 years old.
Okay, so wow, this is a really interesting story. Well, so now we're kind of on the trajectory now because this is what I know to be your project up to the present, which is this very, I would say, a very precise philosophical exploration that you're engaged in now. So where does this story go? So you're at this new high school, you've lost your faith. Was that something that was difficult for your family? Did you tell them about it?
Yeah, but it was not especially difficult for them. I think they took it pretty casually for the most part. The Hare Krishna faith is a little bit universalist in the sense that they never trouble too much over someone's sort of eternal destiny because they don't believe that hell is forever. I wouldn't like to think that my present conviction along the same lines is just a holdover from what I was taught, or some kind of deeply embedded subconscious influence, but maybe it is. I wouldn't like to think so, but like for me, that is a big stumbling block to accepting kind of Christianity as it is conventionally presented. The idea that a morally just God punishes finite sin infinitely or eternally. So yeah, that is it's probably a big reason why I incline toward universalism and now, and the faith that I was raised in, it really had kind of a similar idea. So just because you were an atheist didn't mean that your soul was lost forever, although maybe it did mean that you were destined to reincarnate as one or more of the lower animals in your next life, which, like, good luck making sense of how there can be any kind of transpersonal continuity between a human being and like a squirrel, for example. But
right, an amoeba.
Yeah, because I mean the whole test is like there has to be some kind of I don't know, in the words of analytic philosophy, perhaps a truth making, a truth maker, or some criterion, some test which is passed that enables you to differentiate between the following two cases. Like scenario A, there's a squirrel, the squirrel dies, and then I'm born and I live my life. And in scenario A, I'm actually the reincarnation of that squirrel, but I have no memory of having been the squirrel. Nor did the squirrel have anything like a human level of consciousness. The scenario B is same squirrel, lives and dies, same me is born and is now living, but I'm not the reincarnation of that squirrel. Give me some account of reincarnation and of the soul, which enables me to make some kind of substantive distinction, some kind of substantive, differentiation between scenario A and scenario B. Because normally the soul is like yourself. And normally when I say myself, I don't mean something totally empty of meaning. I mean something that actually relates to my memories and my capabilities as the person that exists now. But in order to offer a truly transpersonal account of the soul and its transmigration from life to life, metempsychosis, reincarnation, whatever, you need to strip your definition of the soul down to nothing. It's something which neither affects anything nor is affected by anything. That's really the definition of the soul that I was raised with. But it's also indistinguishable from a non-entity, metaphysically speaking. The thing which neither has any effects nor is affected by anything is something which doesn't exist. You can't differentiate that from a non-entity. So, that's kind of why, I thought reincarnation didn't make any sense.
Yeah, I understand this. You rigged up a little whirring mechanism to explain that to me, and I understand the feeling that I've had about it before. But another thing it reminds me of is the idea of a philosophical zombie. It's a similar kind of thought experiment, like the world in which I'm not conscious but I'm otherwise identical.
Yes.
Doesn't
make any sense.
It's weird. Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. So not a problem for your family. Did you feel a loss associated with no longer identifying with Harry?
Oh yes. Yes, very much so. No, I always wanted to believe in God.
Was that what was the memorizing the Tennyson poems doing for you? Like, do you remember, was that bringing you relief? And how?
They bring me relief. It was just an expression of what I felt. And it was like sort of a touchstone in history, something that allowed me to, as it were, contextualize myself and understand what I was going through in however limited degree, to the extent that one can understand anything when God is no longer consciously acknowledged in one's world view, which is not very much. But yeah, that those poems did mean and still mean a lot to me. I'm trying to see if I can remember any of them. If I went on the internet and just found the first part of it, nature read in tooth and claw, then I would remember the whole thing.
Yeah, look it
Not
up.
that anyone needs me to recite it, but I just want to know for my own.
No, I think we should hear the whole
poem. Oh yeah. Are God and nature then at strife, that nature lends such evil dreams? So careful of the type she seems, so careless of the single life, that I, considering everywhere her secret meaning in her deeds, and finding that of 50 seeds she often brings but one to bear, I falter where I firmly trod, and falling with my weight of cares upon the great world's altar stairs that slope through darkness up to God, I stretch lame hands of faith and grope and gather dust and chaff and call to what I feel is Lord of all, and faintly trust the larger hope. So careful of the type, but no. From scarped cliff and quarried stone, she cries, 1,000 types are gone. I care for nothing. All shall go. Thou makest thine appeal to me. I bring to life. I bring to death. The spirit does but mean the breath. I know no more. And he, man her last work, who seems so fair, such splendid purpose in his eyes, who rolled the psalm to wintry skies, who built him fanes, temples, profanum, who built him fanes of fruitless prayer. Who, I have to look it back up. Who loved, who suffered countless ills, is that it? Let's see. Oh, they don't have the whole poem.
I thought you were reading that whole time.
No, I looked up the beginning lines on Wikipedia. It's like, who loved, I'm just gonna make it up. I'm probably skipping the stanza. who loved, who suffered countless ills, who battled for the true, the just, be scattered about the desert dust, or sealed within the iron hills, no more? A monster then, a dream, a discord, dragons of the prime, that tear each other in their slime. We're mellow music matched with him. What's the last stanza? O life, as futile then, as frail, O for thy voice, his friend, uh, Henry Hallam. O for thy voice to soothe and bless. What hope of answer or redress behind the veil, behind the veil. That's the poem. I had to recall that from memory too, the last part. So I think I skipped this stanza. I'm sure there was always one that I skipped. But so that,
Stunning
yeah,
poem. It's a stunning poem.
it's really good.
But
Tennyson is great.
but that's not that poem. That has to mean something more to you than a historical touchstone, because you knew like he was in a similar milieu in terms of like what he was going through intellectually.
Yeah,
But
I think he also, I don't know much about Tennyson, but I think from looking back at his poems that he felt that the Christian story is kind of meaningless unless truly everyone in every life, every animal is sustained in being and is healed and is allowed to come closer to God. But otherwise it is just the kind of chaos, and it's just a kind of morally meaningless
so
discord.
it's like you discover this betrayal of reality, and it's like this universal sentiment, let's not call it universalism yet, is like
Yeah.
is little Cal's last hope.
Well, at those days I never entered. Well, see, for me, in those days, if there's God, then universalism was just a given. But for me, the betrayal of reality was just like, really, it was like this. What I came to think was the reason why these functionally atheistic kids aren't bothered by anything. They weren't raised with the false expectation that you're going to live forever, but I was. And I thought that maybe if one had never been raised with that idea, then one would not feel, as it were, betrayed by reality, that one would just peacefully accept one's own mortality. But I think later on, and at least now I know that that's not strictly true, that for most of us, death is like a kind of irreconcilable contradiction. And so yeah, I think even if you're brought up an atheist, there's still a great deal of sort of existential horror that death inspires you with, no matter how much you might try to console yourself with really pretty meaningless observation that before you remember having existed, you don't remember having experienced anything. And why shouldn't that terrify me?
It comes as a kind of an ordinariness that just starts to finally cover every surface.
Well, they imagine that, after they die, it's just going to be as unproblematic as before they existed. Well, it's like, no, it's not going to be, because the difference is you've stopped existing. You used to exist, and now you no longer exist. That's the loss of some good.
Although I always used to think that way, but I don't know why I never saw the trick to that, where you just follow it a little bit step further and realize that you were in that condition. You were in that condition.
Well,
that
it's
condition
very
of pain
old.
already.
David Hume brought it up, and I think Epicurus did as well. There's an old Stoic trick, but it's just that it's a trick. If you stay linear, which I have it's really more a sign of stupidity than anything. But if you just stay like really kind of inflexibly linear, you realize it's not any consolation. Because what bothers you about death is the loss of some good thing, which at least from the standpoint of logical possibility did not have to cease existing. Before it exists, yeah, there's no good to mourn the loss of, but once it comes into being, it is all else equal bad for that good thing to stop being.
So kind
Um,
of inconceivable that it should stop being. Yeah.
well, that
That's been
too.
my
It's a
experience
system
with seeing dead people that I've known, is that it is
that
impossible to
flies
see.
back. Yeah. 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 Well, no, that's true. Who can conceive of nothingness, right? So, because
Hmm.
it's not light or dark. It's not the light. It's not light or the absence of light. You try to form a picture of that. Um, it's a neither nor, which is also always a both and. So
So now in high school, are you identifying as an atheist? Are you
yeah,
identifying in it? You're identifying with
yeah,
atheist.
kind of almost like the semi-militant variety, because I was really influenced by Dawkins and later on by Dennett and Harris and especially Chris Hitchens. Um, I really liked Chris Hitchens. And I listened to God is Not Great on audiobook many times.
What
Those
was it about that book?
Well, I thought that because he read it himself, and I thought that it was a real sort of tour de force of rhetoric and just the English language, really, which I still had some kind of interest in. I was never like a stylish writer, but I was interested in words and in the English language and in other languages. In Hawaii, I learned a lot of. I learned some Chinese. I learned a good little bit of Japanese, and one of my big passions was actually Japanese literature. Um, and I read the novels that uh, had been translated uh, in the 20th century, the kind of the big, famous, important novels. That was a big interest of mine. Not so much the haiku or the other aspects of Japanese art, which are, of course, very impressive. But I was interested in the novels because I wasn't really very visual, nor very historically conscious. Like, I guess the novels were was most easily accessible to me because they were like uh, fairly conscious imitations of a Western form. Um,
Hmm.
uh, and especially they were really influenced by German writers for whatever reason, like uh, The Sorrows of Young Werther uh, by I guess Goethe. That was like crack to them. So like Japanese people with their whole like their whole kind of like conflict between like the 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 needs of the individual, kind of like yearning to be himself, but also like the society which enforces so much homogeneity, and like which you always feel a a sense of duty toward, which transcends whatever obligations you may have to yourself, and like also like the incredible desire for the release of death and suicidal ideation. It's like that's all kind of there in the Sorrows of Young Werther. Well, I've never read it, but I mean, to the extent that I know anything about it, and so like it's like for Japanese people, it's like the appeal must have been inescapable. Um, and so, but anyway, they were influenced a lot by German writers and what they called their form that they were doing, because they like to write a lot from the first person. They they called it like the Ich Roman, so they were borrowing the German phrase.
Hmm.
It's the I novel, and or the Bildungsroman. It's like the novel of the formation of some individual. It's like a coming of age story almost.
Hmm.
A
Hmm.
lot of the novels were like that. And then there was a kind of almost postmodern Haruki Murakami who was doing that, but then in like this kind of no longer wholly Japanese way. It's like a westernized Japanese way. And I really liked Haruki Murakami. So anyway, I learned a little bit of Japanese, learned a little bit of Chinese.
And
Uh,
when was this going on that you were learning Chinese and Japanese? This was
when I was a teenager in Hawaii.
Right. Well,
Yeah,
that's
but that's
because those influences are much more prevalent there than probably like, well, where I live in the Midwest.
yeah, absolutely, absolutely. But the thing is, I was still more interested in American literature because by that time I had already discovered John Updike and Marcel Proust, both of them totally by accident. And then uh, I had also discovered David Foster Wallace by accident. I discovered his writing shortly after I think he died by suicide. And David Foster Wallace I knew, and Nabokov I probably knew of through the other writers that I had read, and so I had read some Nabokov, and all these people. They I wanted to learn whatever sorcery they knew because they had the ability to. Because like for me, I responded to novels more than I did to music. And at first, I thought there was nothing more beautiful than music. Then I read a book by David Mitchell called Black Swan Green, and I read another book by Sherwood Anderson called Winesburg, Ohio. And after I read those two books, I thought that was the highest art form that I knew, and that I wanted to learn how to do that. And so I was primarily interested in well, Western literature broadly speaking, but really American, because I think that my favorite writers were and maybe still are, like, John Updike. Well, Vladimir Nabokov can to some degree be regarded as an American writer. Lolita is a very American book, also a very horrifying book. Uh, David Foster Wallace, Cormac McCarthy, whom I discovered later on in my 20s, but Cormac McCarthy is probably my favorite writer. I don't know. Do you have any favorite writers?
Cormac McCarthy is certainly, I would say among my favorite writers. I think definitely when I first really got interested in novels, it was through him. Before that, I was mostly just reading science fiction and stuff, which I still really like a lot. For me, for me, the early literature that I was really deeply involved in was fantasy, and well, Lord of the Rings especially, which ditto everybody, but just again and again and again and again. Up through my teenage years into my 20s, I was obsessed with Lord of the Rings, and in science fiction, especially, like very speculative and mysterious, like science fantasy kind of stuff. Gene Wolfe, and so
Well, that's interesting. Did you ever read Ursula Le Guin?
Oh yes, I just finished reading Wizard of Earthsea. That is it. Just
That's a
three
great
books.
series
Yeah,
of novels. That's actually probably my favorite fantasy.
I love it. I love
Yeah.
it. There's something so elemental and
Evocative.
simple, and it's just lovely. It's delicate, I guess.
She has a real feel for language, the way that she chooses her names and her sort of made up words.
Yeah.
Kind of earthy and elemental power behind the names. There's very simple, stark names like Ged, and he comes from that island. What's that island?
Oh, what is it? I know, but in the book I just finished reading, there was Hort Town, which is wonderful to say aloud. It is a lot of stuff like that, and her use of language.
Ged's master is Ogion, right?
Yes.
And I can't remember what island they come from.
No, I don't remember either. I'm terrible. So my memory is about the worst part of my brain. I've hardly anything memorized. That's why it's so interesting to hear about you memorizing things.
The magic in those books is just really convincing. She gets, there's something about magic where it's like all it really means is whatever doesn't have a deeper reductive explanation. But there's something else to it too. Like, yeah, like magic is fundamentally just what you don't understand, but what you know is real. And so, like the way that she talks about how some people had ways of getting goats to come down from the roof. when they were just up there and just being stubborn goats.
Yeah.
And like that was kind of like the first entry point into like what magic is, like this kind of old wives, like rumors and little rituals or
Yeah, and
half remembered incantations.
it's a knowledge. It's a
Yeah.
knowledge. It fundamentally is a knowledge of names.
Yeah,
And
and that series it is. Yeah.
And so that is very much that's something that I think is reminds me of Cal, is the idea of magic in
Oh, I
name.
see.
Yeah.
To know the name of something is to have power over it in some sense. And yeah, that was in a way.
Well, but also to have participation with it, because Ged is a very kindly,
it's a very important distinction,
loving person throughout the novels. And
yeah, but he also has his shadow that he inadvertently loosed, which was in some sense his own anima.
Right.
It was in the Wizard of Earthsea cycle, Ged, in a feat of daring, but really more like a feat of pride, because he didn't want to be outdone or humbled by another student who was almost as precocious as he was on the island where they learned to be wizards. He undertook to perform a very, very dangerous and complex ritual, which could really undo or destroy a lesser wizard. And it was just to summon some being, into existence briefly, and then to send him back. And I think he did, but while the door between the worlds was open, some other creatures slipped out.
Well, I mean, there's a hole got torn. But it's never in any kind of complete way.
It's never over-explained,
right.
Which is perfect, because that's what really Le Guin got, which so many male authors don't get. Male authors will just explain it to death, and Le Guin, she knew how to just indicate the sketch, and then like you don't draw the whole triangle, you just kind of draw the three little corners and let the mind fill in the blanks, and that's a more powerful form of art.
Yeah, sometimes the characters tell you more about like what they know in an abstract way, but mostly it's just kind of what they experience in the encounter with whatever magical phenomena is going on. You learn the most about the darkness in that second, in the Tombs of Adeline, which is mostly just about this little girl who's being raised to be this awful priestess.
Yeah. So good. But Tombs of Adeline is like the best version of that whole kind of pulpy 80s.
Oh, it's wonderful.
But like, because the thing is, when you read the cover art for all those books is like this like 80s trashy pulp kind of cover art, like super off-putting and ridiculous. But when you read the book, it's like the best. The tone is perfect. All the descriptions and the world building is just pitch perfect. There's not a false note in there. And Wizard of Earthsea cycle is for me, it's one of the very best works of fantasy that exists.
It's right up there, because it's like it's a great counter work to Lord of the Rings.
Yeah,
which is this as complete as he could make it in this lifetime universe. It's this like, it's not a little world, but
no,
they're little books, and they're stories about 2 or 3 people, or in the last book you get to meet all the like the most powerful wizards and stuff at the college, have their conference, and they're all interesting characters, but mostly it's just a handful of characters, and very personal, but still important for the state of the world. Stories. I loved those, and I wish that well, I don't know if it makes sense to wish that you had read something early. If you get to read it, it's a good thing. So
did you ever read The Left Hand of Darkness?
That sounds familiar, but what is that? A fantasy novel?
Book. That's Ursula Le Guin's.
I've been seeing it on my
Hugo
Kindle.
Prize
My Kindle keeps suggesting it now.
yeah, work of science fiction. That was a good book. It was a really great book. Light is the left hand of darkness, darkness the right hand of light. It's very kind of Taoistic. And well, yeah, when you mentioned science fiction, that's one of the first authors who came up for me. I never read that much science fiction, um, maybe just the standard stuff, but I never read those books to their completion, like Heinlein, the Starship Troopers. It's very sort of fascistic book, apparently.
Right.
Um,
I've always
uh,
found it very, I've not very widely read in any of this stuff because I've always found that often to complete a book, it has to really interest me in a complete way. So like most of the books that I've read to completion are among my favorite books, I would say. So it's hard for me to identify, so anyway, that's kind of neither here nor there. Okay, so let's talk about. Okay, so we were talking about novels. And that was unexpected to me because you indicated that at the time you were interested in being a novelist. So were you writing?
well, the thing is, the stories that I read the most were, yes, I was writing badly, and the stories that I read the most were like plotless, like literary fiction. Like Updike never has a plot. Where if there is a plot, it's just like, oh, I was having an affair, and then my wife discovered the affair. um, so it's like the plot of every Updike novel. I've read them all. Uh, and
I have a couple, but I've never read them.
Yeah, Marcel Proust certainly never had a plot. Uh,
Right,
unless the
famously.
plot is just his own life story, just with certain elements changed. Um, uh, well, Nabokov has plots, but like the thing is, I kind of literary fiction, it was more realistic, and what I was writing was kind of, yeah, sort of experimental. Um, and I was almost just playing games with grammar, and it's really weird stuff. And like story almost gets in the way. It's a little bit postmodern. I did like but not as structurally intricate, because what those people did was sort of like they absorbed like the the dynamics of you know plotting. Like they had taken plotting 101 and then they just kind of transcended it. But I never even tried to learn how plots work. It's like in some ways my stories were not like post-structural, they were like pre-structural or only ever like proto-structural. um and yeah, like because Donald Barthelme, like the Fun House, the David Foster Wallace, like I liked these stories. Uh and I myself
So
was a little bit
you liked
experimental.
story, liked Marcel Proust, and um, why weren't you trying to? I'm trying to formulate this question. Why weren't you trying to write books like the authors that you were reading? Like what were you trying to
It's
do
interesting
with
because
your experiment?
when I was in my sort of mid-teens, I thought that the real height of art was verisimilitude, or just like making things be as close to real life as possible. And then I kind of came to the conclusion that there isn't really a point to that, because you can always just experience real life. You have to take something about life and represent it and encapsulate it, kind of like the way that a caricature can be more true
Hmm.
than than a than an image, because they find that for whatever reason there's almost like a dedicated region of the brain that is active whenever we're looking at caricatures. Something about the fusiform gyrus and the areas of our brain which recognize faces. These are like dedicated modules, and they're especially active in the viewing of caricatures. There's something about them that which is more true than the literal image. Um, and so David Foster Wallace certainly showed me that, because if there's really one word that I could use to describe his work, or one word, or a descriptor which is very valid, it's cartoonish. David Foster Wallace.
Yeah, that I wouldn't have thought of that, but yeah, I think that's very apt.
Have
Right.
you familiar with David Foster Wallace too?
Oh, just the what is it? Infinite Jest.
Yeah, I read that book
That
when I
book that
was
was so big that I
19.
actually tore my copy in half so that I could carry the part with me that I was reading.
Ooh, good. Yeah, he would have done a similar thing himself. Did you ever read Every Love Story is a Ghost Story? The sort of
No, I've never read
biography?
anything else by him. I never finished Infinite Jest, but there are a couple parts of that book that really made an impression on me.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, anyway, Infinite Jest, I read that shortly after, because I was in a bookstore, and I discovered a supposedly fun thing I'll never do again. And that, which was like his misadventures on the cruise ship, and
Oh,
how
I've
they
heard of
promise
that one.
promise the experience of ultimate pampering, and it ends up like he ends up getting to the point where he says, like, if there isn't like a fresh towel hanging on the rack after like my third shower of the day, it feels like an assault on my basic rights. Um, uh, like he goes into like the pure pampering, and ends up like even more spoiled and atrocious a human being. Like, this is how he makes it seem. But they told you with David Foster Wallace, like his nonfiction is less true than his fiction. Like, there was too much truth in his fiction, too many real people that he put in without disguising details. And his nonfiction, there's a lot of made up stuff. And another story that he tells on the cruise ship is he plays, a little girl asks him to play chess. David Foster Wallace is a real smart guy. He knows lots of math and uh, physics, in addition to the English language, at which he was also like a little lexicographer. Like he really uh, burrowed into the Oxford English Dictionary, like much like his almost stand-in character in Infinite Jest, Howland Candenza. And so he uh, he 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 gets, the
That's
little girl
interesting,
asks him.
though. That's interesting that because it delved into a dictionary. I mean, so did you. It's
Yeah,
interesting.
yeah,
Go
yeah, yeah,
ahead. I just
yeah.
wanted to point that out.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's structural elements to the way that I think, but they're sort of just confused and non-linear. Uh, Maybe a bit like the religion in which I was raised. Now, on the ship, the girl. Not that this is an important story, but like the girl asks him if he wants to play. He's like, "Hey, Mister, you want to play chess?" And she's kind of tugging on his sleeve, like it's very cartoonish. And he says, "Sure." And he's like, she's just a little girl, and even if she's good at chess, I'm a genius. Like, but she beats him so bad, and he notices that she's almost like suppressing the motoric impulse to reach over for a clock, like as if she's used to playing speed chess.
Uh-huh.
And and so he gets his ass handed to him in the chess game by a little girl. And then he talks about like at whatever hours, he always uses military time or European timekeeping. And that's true in Infinite Jest too. It's this weird kind of quasi European world with the metric system and like, military time. They don't do things the American way anymore. But so they get, whatever 100 hours, I'm in my room watching Jurassic Park, watching velociraptors. It's this long hyphenated phrase. Watching velociraptors stalk precocious children in kitchen scene of Jurassic Park. This time noting a distinct sympathy for the velociraptors. Uh, it's, it's so good. David Foster Wallace is just really funny.
Yeah, very funny. Yeah, even such a sense of absurdity,
Oh yeah,
a crushing sense.
yeah. Because for me, the best books by David Foster Wallace, they will always critically say Infinite Jest, and I guess I understand why. But at least my favorite books by him are The Pale King, which was the posthumous one, and really the short stories that he did before that, Oblivion, where he really does that to a greater degree than in his earlier novels, which are kind of in some way easeful. They're labored, but deliberately so. Like when he's dumping the information on you, he's conscious of what he's doing and why he's doing it. And it's just to give you some sense of swimming upstream against this unmanageable current of information, which is, very much. See, what David Foster Wallace did was he really captured the American use of language in a unique way. And he did so not through literal representation, but through caricature. The way that his characters talk is not the way that you and I actually talk, but it's almost like a caricature of it. And in some ways it's truer to the reality of how Americans talk. Same thing with always being flooded with like all this technical information everywhere you turn. And he was doing that deliberately as a mechanism in his novels, but in Oblivion, it almost felt like he was losing control of himself as he was inundating you with whatever information he had to inundate you with for whatever story. Like some of the stories are like corporate, like they have to do with like focus groups, and like you're just being flooded with all this horrible corporate jargon and the associated abuses of the English language. And sometimes it's like the story is like has to do with some sort of medical horror, and you're being inundated with and some of those stories are just too tragic to even talk about, like Church Not Made with Hands. Like no one should read that story. But he's just flooding you with information deliberately. But in Oblivion, it's like you almost feel like he's lost control of whatever mechanisms or devices he typically uses to tell his story, and it feels like he himself is just being crushed under the weight of his own his own illness. And to me, those are the best. Those are the best stories. That sounds bad, but like those are the stories that I was most affected by. Oblivion.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, you're describing it in a very. It's the flood of the flood of language, and this desperate attempt to turn it into something rational that fails as a project over time and culminates in, well, obviously in his death. Yeah. It's interesting you said there was a story that you mentioned of his that you said nobody should read that, and when you said that, I thought I felt that before. Not about do you know you don't do you read horror fiction? Thomas Ligotti, do you know who Thomas Ligotti is?
No, I'm not very well read. I don't actually know that many people.
Well, I mean, you've already mentioned enough authors that you've read to make you on the American scale quite well.
Yeah, American scale for sure. Yeah.
But he wrote a book called The Conspiracy Against the Human Race, which is actually just a philosophical treatise, and it's nobody should ever read that book. I read it once a year. I read it once a year at least.
Oh no! Well, dare I ask what it's about?
It is the confession of an incredibly brilliant mind who must have some kind of. It's a depression where it's almost like a chronic anhedonia, where he's actually like completely disconnected from anything good. And he's basically just laying out his worldview. It is a more effective version of Better Never to Have Been by Dib Benatar.
Yeah.
It's much more affecting because, I mean, I can't interpret that book in any other way than as a kind of demonic gesture on the part of the author. Like, there's no reason for you to have written this other than wanting to injure me.
Yeah, just like Goethe's Mephistopheles says, I am the spirit who negates.
Yeah, right. And a publisher published it, which is interesting too. And it makes me hideously afraid for him, for the author, because I just can't imagine. And if he's in any way making it up, I hate him, because that's completely unconscionable. At least if it's really how he felt, then I can accept his writing it. But if he's making it up, then it's a dreadful thing to do. Anyway, okay. So, well, not that we need to get off the topic of David Foster Wallace, but it reminded me of your story as we've gotten it so far.
Yeah.
So up until this point, had you ever had any kind of spiritual experiences?
No.
So what happened next? Like, what was the trajectory? Obviously, you proceeded through high school. You had your involvement in school, although you weren't a very successful student. Were you planning on going to college?
So what happened next is I kind of developed a sleeping disorder. And I mean, I don't know if you can tell, but I've been kind of struggling just in this little conversation with sleepiness. I had got to, like, I was very, very depressed. I became depressed in kind of in a new way, where I felt this time like really kind of alienated from humanity. There's something always pro-social and open about my stance toward the world before that depression, but something came over me that left me very embittered, and I felt as if no one cared about me. And that was when something like really sort of dark took over. And I began to sleep a lot, sleep as much as 20 hours a day, because when I slept, I didn't feel anything. And then at some point I stopped sleeping, but the not feeling stayed. And so for a long time it was kind of like a machine that was still trying to get my bearings in the world. And that was when I switched from being more kind of embodied and interested in novels, however nonlinear their narratives may have been, and became more sort of dryly and abstractly philosophical. It was very much like the anhedonia that you describe in the case of that author, but it was so profound at its darkest points that I could not even feel fear. And so I went actually from having panic disorder to an inability to feel any kind of fear. That was over a long period of time. That was in primarily my early 20s. And when I had panic disorder was in my mid-teens. And late teens. So I had a very, very deep sense of, you would say, depersonalization. Not so much derealization, but that as well. And
make that distinction for me, because I don't, the difference between
depersonalization is the sense of oneself disappears,
right,
and derealization is the sense of the world no longer being real. Well, I think the problem for me was not, see, that often happens in people who are depressed. In fact, when you mentioned that book, it reminded me of something David Foster Wallace had one of his not sufficiently well disguised characters say, Kate Gompert. I think she's a real person. Kate Gompert talked about like the levels of depression, where first it's like when you actually feel bad in response to something bad happening, or maybe not, it's like melancholy, but it's like feeling consciously bad about something. It's like there's sadness, and then there's not sadness, and like before I was not sad, now I'm sad. And then the next level is like this kind of anhedonia, or worse, like depersonalization, where you don't feel anything. And then there's the level below that, which is just like having panic attacks, but it's entirely dysphoric. Where like, I know from having had panic disorder that you can have panic attacks which are also weirdly, they have elements of euphoria. Because you're so alive. But the third deepest level of depression, I think, is well characterized by Andrew Solomon in The Noonday Demon, which is his quote unquote atlas of depression. And he talks about the sense of like always missing a step, just like over and over and over again. Like when C.S. Lewis said, no one told me grief would feel so much like fear. This level of suffering, which is like physically incapacitating. And if it were not, one would quickly end his or her life. And in fact, so many people with especially bipolar disorder do end their lives, right? Whenever this level of depression ends, Virginia Woolf got up when she could get up and just filled her coat pockets with stones and walked into a lake.
Have to escape while you can do something.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what David Foster Wallace wrote about, like how there's the depression, which is you can jump off the balcony of a building because of the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, because of some perceived wound to the ego. And then you can jump off the balcony because the room is on fire, and it's not even a conscious decision, just the animal impulse to escape the flames drives you over, the balcony.
Do you know the poet Anne Sexton?
I've heard of her.
A wonderful poem. She was also a suicide, called "Wanting to Die." The last two lines are, well, can I read you this poem? It's short. I'm going to pause the recording so I can get the book. Okay, so the poem is called "Wanting to Die." Since you ask, most days I cannot remember. I walk in my clothing, unmarked by that voyage. Then the most unnameable lust returns. Even then, I have nothing against life. I know well the grass blades you mentioned, the furniture you have placed under the sun. But suicides have a special language. Like carpenters, they want to know which tools. They never ask, why build? Twice I have so simply declared myself, have possessed the enemy, eaten the enemy, have taken on his craft, his magic. In this way, heavy and thoughtful, warmer than oil or water, I have rested, drooling at the mouth hole. I do not think of my body at needlepoint. Even the cornea and the leftover urine were gone. Suicides have already betrayed the body. Stillborn, they don't always die, but dazzled, they can't forget a drug so sweet that even children would look on and smile. To thrust all that life under your tongue, that all by itself becomes a passion. Death's a sad bone, bruised, you'd say. And yet she waits for me, year after year, to so delicately undo an old wound, to empty my breath from its bad prison. Balanced there, suicides sometimes meet, raging at the fruit, a pumped up moon, leaving the bread they mistook for a kiss, leaving the page of the book carelessly open, something unsaid, the phone off the hook, and the love, whatever it was, an infection. That to me has always more or less perfectly described this, like, well, sort of what you were describing. It's like,
it's ultimately like a betrayal of love, because as Jordan Peterson said in the end of the Maps of Meaning, he said that, he's basically echoing Tennyson, where Tennyson said in another part of In Memoriam, I hold it true whate'er befall, I feel it when I sorrow most. 'Tis better to have loved and lost than never to have loved at all. So to love something or to have loved something is to imply or presuppose the normativity of its existence. If it was good, then it should have been. But to wish now that nothing had been, just in order to escape this pain, is a betrayal, really, of everything one has ever loved. And that's what is like about suicide, which is false and like can feel like betrayal to those who are left behind. But the ones who desire death, they really look at it differently. They do think that the world would be better off without them. You can get to a place that is, well, you have to, even if you believe in God, you 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 must be incapable of feeling his presence if you're there mentally. In my own case, I certainly was contemplating suicide all through my late teens and early 20s. And that was, I'd say, largely because I didn't believe in God, and I couldn't certainly feel anything like God's presence. There are some people who can easily do that, and I cannot. Some people were of the charismatic persuasion, but like I pointed out, how when I was, all through when I was younger, I never had a spiritual experience. My experience of the world has always been kind of very materialistic in a way, and I guess as a function of being sort of left-brained. Um, uh, um, and when I wasn't feeling anything anymore, that was a little bit like negative schizotypy, like anhedonia, the loss of sort of an emotional response to
It's like,
reality.
yeah, it's not just like I can't feel good right now, and I wish there's something I could do to feel better. It's like love is gone. The sense of the presence of God, in your words. That's why the last line of that poem always sticks with me, because it's like you, in that state, you're even looking back on love with kind of a, like, what was that exhausting chore that I was trying to force myself through, and why?
That's very well put.
What I don't even really care to ask what it was, just so long as I can, obtain the tools to escape it. Yeah. So a very serious depression. In fact, it was like an alteration in your net psychology.
Yes, it was. And you know why? One of the really big differences was, it was really profound, because prior to that, I did have the desire to die, almost, and there was something about it which at least disguised itself as some kind of sense of social obligation, or at least embarrassment, something, I don't know. But the thing is, when I came out the other side of that, that second depression, that worst depression, because before I'd always been always at stage 1, and then I went down to stage 2, and I fortunately never yet descended to level 3. God willing, I never will. But when I was in that second stage, it's like I truly was then alienated. I no longer saw myself in relation to other people. And interestingly, also, I no longer had a desire to end my life, or not as much. That desire was harder to understand or identify with. And it was like, when we talked about Gad losing the shadow, which was also his own shadow, in some sense, after the sleep disorder, it's like I became my shadow. The person that I was not, honestly, it was kind of malignant. and one could default to like demonic possession as an explanation for what happened, but it also feels like the demon that possessed me was just me. It felt like
I
it
often
was.
had the feeling that there are certain types that only need a kind of a shove in the right direction to really do the work of the demons for them.
Yeah, well, in my own case, it was just, you might say neurologically, because there are differences between the hemispheres. Pacey, whatever someone who's read 2 issues of Scientific American Mind will tell you. Um, uh, it seemed to me that in some way it was like what happened was my right hemisphere was now just like detached, and I was only living in that kind of left brain mode, confabulatory, materialistic, um, simple, focus on linear outcomes. And weirdly enough, when I entered that space, I had known about transhumanism before that, and I saw that as a kind of atheistic solution to the problem posed by God's non-existence. But before I went through that kind of psychological transformation, which was a turn for the worse, I had conceived the singular, like I had conceived the utility of the singularity primarily in terms of what it could do for like everyone. And after I came out of that depression, but I never came out of it. It was really bad. It was like a deformation of my personality, and to that extent suggests that I have a weak sense of self, which is maybe just how I am. But after that, I only looked at the singularity in terms of what it could do for me, and there was part of me that felt the pull toward who I used to be, which was a social self in relation to other people. But I actively resisted that after my descent, my second descent into darkness.
So was this a periodic thing that happened several times? Was it one long phase of your life?
No, ever since I was 13 or 14, I was depressed at sort of level 1. And then after 19 or 18 and a half, I was depressed at level 2, and that was when the fun really began, so to speak.
Yeah. Right.
That was not good. The problem was not so much what happened, because that does happen episodically to some people and they sort of get over it, especially in bipolar. Well, bipolar, unless you get it under control with medication, is just going to kind of oscillate more and more wildly throughout one's life. Or sometimes, you end up with mixed states in which now there is no longer a differentiation between the upswings and the downswings, and you have just this kind of manic agitation. That's where people really quickly kill themselves because they're suffering and they have the energy to end their lives. But in my case, see, the problem was I would almost defy anyone to spend as long as I did in that condition of no emotions and end up morally sane. It's very difficult to do, because you it's like feeling like you're smothered. But here there's a poem that what's his name, not John Milton, John Stuart Mill wrote about it. At first I thought I was the only person who ever had that. Then I discovered a poem by John Stuart Mill, and that
I did not know that he wrote poetry. It's very interesting.
It's like a drowsy, stifled something grief. And he may not have written it. I think he was he was quoting a poem called Dejection by George Herbert. A grief without a pang, void, dark and drear, a drowsy, stifled, unimpassioned grief which finds no outlet or relief in word or sigh or tear. It's the sense of you feel overwhelmed by some kind of despair, but then as soon as you become conscious of it, the feeling disappears and your left brain tells you, no, you aren't. There's no such thing as that. There's almost no you. There's just the physical reality that you inhabit. And it's very difficult to talk about.
I've experienced something similar to that for very brief periods of time. But you're suggesting that this is a feeling that was characterizing it kind of an entire epoch of your life. So we're talking like 18, 19 to when?
About 23.
So a long
23,
time.
24, or maybe as late as 24, 25. It was a very slow, that the ice of that experience thawed only very slowly and is in some ways still thawing. I think that's why I am more kind of withdrawn into myself these days than I was when I was a child and when I was a teenager. I had a much more extroverted personality in those days. And to some extent, yeah, I guess it's the ice has never entirely melted, although it has melted enough for me to return to what I consider a point of moral sanity. None of which is really well captured by our modern diagnostic categories of mental illness. I think that the only real sense that one can make of them is spiritual. Yeah, so honestly, the plan was the only moral sense that can be made of reality is self-interest. That's the way that I thought after that experience. There was always the desire to reintegrate myself and build back up, and that involves returning to who you were. The way there the when I see, for a long time I never even was conscious of what was happening. It was like the frog being boiled in water. I was so oblivious to my own emotion that I didn't realize that I didn't feel emotion, which is very difficult for most people to make sense of. It's a very, very confusing and disorienting experience. I find it almost impossible to describe. It's one of the most confusing and truly spiritual experiences that has ever happened to me. And I'm still making sense of it, I suppose. If you had caught me when I was younger, I wouldn't have been able to even coherently explain what happened. But within the self, there's always a push toward integration. And integration involves finding its narrative center of gravity and like the kind of the self who you are when you are most yourself. Which is always like a self is it's like a relationship of places and times and people, like through emotion and through memory. And like wherever is the place of greatest conflict that's unresolved, if you're going to integrate, you must return there and build back up. So some part of me was always trying to go back to it, but like the demonic self that I was then, the self of the left hemisphere, in which claimed conscious control over the whole of me, because with my emotions filtered out, it's like that part ruled. That they did not want me to return. And I'm now speaking in a way which is very disintegrated, but I willed it. I willed not to feel what I had felt, what had driven me there. I willed not to be fully human. I willed not to be my old self. It was a deliberate decision out of cowardice, but one which I could no longer understand in the condition.
Why was it cowardice? What was the motivation behind that decision? To escape strife or pain that you had about the condition you're in?
Yeah, it was the pain that comes from, so there's the good, there's the good of being related to other people. And when I couldn't have that good, then there was pain. And rather than feel that pain, I gave up the desire to be related to other people. I gave up the whole kind of other oriented, relationship oriented dimension of myself. And I remained with that the side of myself which is like egoic chatter. And it's the left hemisphere's mode of relating to the world, which is almost predatory. It's like bearing down, closing in. I'm still closely identified with that, you might say, false self during a lot of my waking moments. But I know now again that there is more. I mean, if I had a spiritual experience this, I mean, like, it's weird because in some ways this was the experience that brought me to theism more than any sort of conscious and explicit propositional assent to any, creed or formula. But I think it was on the same day that I realized what was actually happening, that I had almost become, that I had become the victim of some deception. It was a day I remember when, unusually for Dallas, Texas, which is where I lived, everything was covered in snow, and everything was muffled and very, very quiet. And I noticed how unusually quiet my own mind was, and I thought, if I turned around the corner in some park where I always went walking, and I was standing next to a tree that, for whatever reason, has always grown horizontally. I don't claim that any of this has any special symbolic meaning, by the way. I'm just calling what I recall.
I know, I understand these disclaimers. There's no need. I do the same thing.
And so I was by that tree, and then I felt my heart hammering. And the closer I tried to, it's like grabbing soap. It's like the harder you try to grab it, it's going to slip out of your hand. The closer I tried to approach what was the cause, the more it's like I found myself denying the existence of anything like fear. And but then somehow I realized that I was afraid, and that it's not that I had ceased to feel emotion, but that the emotions were still, it's not that I had ceased to have emotions, but that my emotions were still there, but I just couldn't feel them. I realized that as I stood by the tree.
Wow.
And so that was afterward I came to distinguish between feelings and emotions. And I realized that the whole me had emotions, but that there was a disintegration in which I had cut myself off. And at that time, something happened. Something, I don't know how to describe it, because I was met by something, but I don't know how to characterize it. I don't know who or what it was. It was not a come to Jesus moment in the sense of like, hey, look, God exists. God wants you to repent and turn to Jesus and give all your sins to Jesus. It had no theological language. It didn't have language, but what it was telling me, because it was, if I was to give it propositional content, it would be something like, so the way that I kind of, it sounds like so like schizotypal and then dissociated, but the way that I put it afterward is like, this thing came from the place where love is. It doesn't make any sense. But
it makes sense. It could have many meanings, but it makes sense. So you had a sense of the origin of the presence that you were experiencing.
It's just if there was a message, then it was something like, love exists, even if you can't feel it. You're never cut off or disinherited from it. You can always be its vehicle. You can always be its vehicle. You can always choose. You can always choose to serve this. You're never cut off. And when I realized what it was that I had turned my back on, what I was betraying, I was deeply overcome with guilt. But the thing is, it was a sense of being convicted of guilt, but it was also that guilt only existed against the backdrop or complement of love, which was like, in feeling the depth of that guilt, I also felt the love. And it was the first time I felt anything real for a very, very, very long time.
You were feeling your emotions.
Yeah. And I felt the weight of guilt in its proportion to the existence of that great love. And I plunged. It was like the ice, it was like frozen ice My father used to tell me about how when he was a boy, he would have to crawl on his belly to get over that ice where it was thin. It was like frozen ice, and you fall through. And I went because it got pierced, broken by an axe, as Kafka might put it. And I plunged into that cold water, and it was intolerable, and it was, indescribable. And after that happened, it was only for a few moments that happened, that I felt it to its full extremity. And after that, my mind was very quick to deny what had happened and say, no, that didn't happen. That's not real. It's just a spasm. It's not who you are. It's not anything real. It's like what I was telling you. It's like your life is, you're just making this up. You're just dramatizing what is an essentially boring life, and you're nothing. You're a non-entity. It's not real. It didn't happen. But after that happened, I always knew that it did happen. So something in the deepest part of myself, some act of weighing two things in the balance was able to take place, and I saw clearly which I valued more. And after that, I was not made well in a day, but ever since that, the ice continued to thaw, because I knew in my heart of hearts where my moral and axiological, my value theoretic sense of gravity was. And I knew that it would be better, because the whole project before was like so weird. It's so weird. Like I'm really like a kind of schizotypal person in some sense. A mental health professional would have a field day with all the stuff that I have confessed to. The old project was sort of at the expense of one's own humanity. Stay focused on the self. You just to be a lawyer, make lots of money, and live forever. Because morally speaking, only self-interest is real. It was some specious argument to the effect that, some kind of moral solipsism always holds, where even if you value other people's own well-being, it's only to the extent that it serves you, something like that. So it was some specious value theory. And I thought rationally, this is the only thing that makes sense. Self-interest. It was a lot like Raskolnikov in Crime and Punishment. And then the thing is, where you can tell the demonic influences, it's going to push you to see, now prove your commitment to yourself by doing this, now this, now this. Like in his own case, it was he had to kill the landlady as a sort of test of his own, like whether or not he's a Nietzschean Superman or something like that. In my own case, I can say with a clear conscience, by the grace of God, that he stepped in before I went too far down that path. But and I'm not saying that I ever was like a mass shooter. Like I never formed any desire like that. But I definitely came to understand what Peterson means when he talks about bitterness and resentment. And how one can turn against being itself, and how that animates mass shooters.
This experience. So correct my understanding of it, because I'm immediately mapping the things that you're saying onto my own experience, which was similar in some ways, but different in others. This ice, the thaw. It's very interesting. But you had an experience where so I got two important things: that that love was, it wasn't that love was being offered to you, it was revealed to you that love was always available to you, and the powers of love to change your life from inside were there, but also the revelation that you had, because of these slippery obfuscations and these arguments that you're talking about. You had been on the other team. You had been on the wrong side of a sheet of ice, and you were overcome with responsibility or guilt. Does that seem so? What did that, in the immediate aftermath of that, what did that mean? Like, did that change your feeling? Did it change your objective?
Well, so the real content of that experience was that you're lying to yourself, you're hiding from yourself, you're hiding your face from all of us, and you're hiding it from yourself. Because deep down, part of you already knows which one of these you value more. And that the only things you ever valued or ever could value, they only make sense in relation to that greater love, which is the love of which Paul speaks when he says that everything will be placed in subjection to Christ, and Christ will submit himself to the Father, and God will be all in all. It's not a love which can exist apart from the interests of anybody else. They're all converge and focus at a central point of the apokatastasis. That's like the summit of God's glory, because God's love, it's like I only kind of developed these ideas later, but God is concerned with his glory. But the glory of God is like the utter selflessness of his love. That God loves, his happiness is entirely focused upon the happiness of all his creatures. That's what makes him happy. There's no happiness which he has apart from the happiness of his creatures. So yes, and if you were to enter into that life, the only way you can live forever is if you learn to love selflessly the way that only God does and can. That is theosis. You're divinized to the extent that you become like Christ, who demonstrated love to the self-sacrificial limit. So it's the great power and the beauty of the Trinity, God as fundamentally love, which is relational. And so that was, of course, I couldn't put words to it, and I still barely can now. But that was the content of the experience. And I have been reading a really incredible book called Mindsight by Daniel Siegel, which talks a lot about the integration of the self, but also how it's very panpsychic in the sense that once the self is integrated, you move up into higher levels of being. And you always already do inhabit a kind of extended self, which only knows itself in relation to other people. And that web of agape only widens. And that's in some sense what God is. That is the hyper-personal Trinity that God is. But the thing is, you never can become that.
Crude, materialistic about it, you could say that something like the latency between like God and the mind is growing less and less, so that there's more integration and therefore more consciousness. So I'm just tracking what you're saying from a.
It's like you cannot become God, because like the way it is like, to the extent that yourself grows, it's like it's growing within God, and if you were the only thing growing, then still God would grow, as it were, to accommodate you. It's like one cannot grow beyond God when one only has one's being in the mind of God, any more than one can jump over one's own shadow. I don't know if that makes sense. But so I'm not saying you can become God, but I'm saying through theosis, which is like an eternal process, you approach that condition which God is, of just the relational love of all, all by all. And that's really why, for me, the apokatastasis is such a critical point of theology. I agree very much with David Eckhart when he says that, there is no conceiving of any one of us being in heaven apart from all of us being also there.
Right.
Yeah, it's everyone and no one. So
right. Yes. The beauty and harmony of each node in the network is determined by the beauty and harmony of the network.
Yeah, it's something like that. With God, there is some kind of mereology that's happening, this kind of part whole thing where each one of us is in the image of God. I guess how I might put it is, God is ultimate reality, is a consciousness in which we live and move and have our being. The objects of that consciousness inherit the nature of that consciousness, and that they themselves are subjects of consciousness. And whatever exists in God's mind is in the image of God. And God feels everything that you feel in a different way than you feel it. At that highest level of his consciousness, he feels it, but in relation to everything else. So in a phenomenologically different way than you feel it, but nonetheless, he's connected to everything that his creatures feel. His creatures are like parts of himself, but also different. It's getting again into what Chaitanya Mahaprabhu inadvertently meant when he characterized that relationship as inconceivable sameness and difference. It's a very great mystery.
Right. It's right. I want to get to these mysteries, but I think we need to go back to, because I want to understand what your intellectual response to this experience was. Did you have, because I know it's like
the intellectual
experiences.
At some point, it basically became that I have to give up, but I have to accept mortality as the price of returning to my humanity and to love, which is the only thing that I can actually coherently value.
Right.
I have to give that up. I have to accept mortality as the condition. And this time I choose it freely. And then, and in that way, I got over a lot of my old fear of death. That had made me so depressed when I was in my kind of mid and late teens. Because I was now, well, it's almost too difficult for me to verbalize, but anyway, I suppose I saw that there's some things that are worse than death. Yeah, so that was the response. And so that was why because I had majored in speech therapy with the intention of using that as my 4-year degree to go to law school. And after that, I decided I'm not going to be a lawyer. So I'll just do what I trained to do. That's why I kept doing speech therapy. Strange to say.
But it's so interesting because you were training to become a therapist. You were training in
yeah, but I didn't care about it.
And you didn't care about it, but it was a care-oriented. So again, it seems like I've never heard of a more clear case of somebody being like a part of their mind that should be conscious, becoming completely unconscious. Because you realized that there was an entire, and this is something that I can't fathom. You realized that there was an entire life, an entire emotional life occurring, which was hidden from you, or which you were in hiding from.
That's really interesting. Yes, but the thing is, I still didn't acknowledge its metaphysical reality.
Right.
So in some sense, I made that decision without the prospect of heaven and hell dangled before me. And I think about this a lot. I think that God gets, this is going to sound really, of course, anthropomorphizing and possibly incorrect, but I think that God will just, he likes to use minimal necessary force. He will get away with whatever he can get away with. When you think about what the Christ event was, that is so subtle.
Yeah.
That's just a
This
rumor.
is just shocking about it. It's just the more you learn about it, it's just shocking. Yeah.
It's just a rumor. Like, what the hell do you mean? Like, I have to believe that Jesus is God in heaven and hell because what somebody said, some Jew back when was behaving in a way that can vaguely be construed as pretending to be God. Like he said, don't call me good. No one is good but God alone. It's like he's not even clearly saying it. And somehow from this and the fact that we have a written report of some uh few hundred rumors, or I don't know, like, but we don't have like hundreds of witnesses. We have like 3 or 4 like half copied from each other reports of like some people said that this Jew who pretended to be God also rose from the dead. It's like, honestly, like, this is not apologetics. Like, this is not very convincing apologetics, right? And
right, yeah.
And this is so subtle, but at the same time, if you understand existence as like a kind of it's a simulation of moral obstacle course whose purpose is to teach you that relational love, well, is the highest value. It is God in some sense. Then the Christ event is no longer subtle. It's almost like giving the game away.
Right.
But the thing is, God wants your choice to be as free as possible. If he wanted it for all of us to be a matter of certainty, like, look, heaven or hell, choose this day whom you will serve, but really know it, then he would, he would make this place like a concentration camp run by angels. And you step out of line, then you get shot by a cattle prod or a shot collar or whatever.
Satan tempts him to lord over the world like a ruler,
exactly.
Yeah.
And he could smite every atheist on the sidewalk. It's like, if there's a God, may he strike me down right now. And he could do that, and suddenly everyone would figure out, yeah, you better do what he says to do, because if you don't, you're going to go to this place called hell forever. And if you do, conversely, then you're going to go to this place which is really nice forever. And then it would all be a matter of self-interest, and no one could no longer any longer do things out of love. So it's like God likes to use minimal necessary force. I think in my own case, when he laid the ground for my belief in him, he wanted to do so in a way that was still unhinged from self-interest. He didn't want it to be a self-interested calculation in the ordinary sense of that word. There was a wider tautological sense of the word self-interest, which, just definitionally encompasses every, objective or goal of the self. So it was still self-interested in that tautological sense, but he wanted it not to be a matter of, how I had conceived the singularity, heaven for one.
Right. The false divergence of self-interest from other interests. Really, the truth is there's no
divergence.
In
your true self, there is none. Correct.
Right.
Correct.
Right. So this is when you're 23, 24 when this happens?
Yes.
So there's a 4 or 5 year gap between then and when because you said it was around 28, you started identifying it as Christian. Because obviously, and this was something that I'm really curious to hear about, because I've had a very difficult time understanding how I made that journey from that initial experience, also of a kind of a rescue, and a very simple gesture, a simple and powerful gesture, over those years to then, from that very, I don't know, it's a thing that happened to me. It was like part of just like a Tuesday or Wednesday, and like my life kept going on after that. But somehow it became Christianity after a few years. So how did you go? Because even in your sort of intellectual response to what had happened to you, we're phrasing it very much in terms of a choice that you were going to make for love as a kind of a like it's like a life boat or one of those what do you call them? Lifesavers.
See, the thing is, I had always known that, and after that experience, it took me several years to work out the full implications of what happened, and at the level of behavior and procedure, acting it out. But I had always known it. That was what kind of what the experience showed me, and after that, I just sort of subconsciously knew it more, where there was only so far in my conscious mind that I would allow myself to be backed into the previous pattern of cutting myself off.
Right.
Because I just knew in this nonverbal way that it's not right and that choice cannot be entertained. And it still took about, I guess, 3 or 4 years for the rest of my behavior and my thought processes to fall in line with that shift in course, that happened on that day. Because it was at a very sort of fundamental level of my psyche. And it took a while for the rest of my conscious mind to sort of catch up with that and get in sync with that. But eventually that happened. And the kind of the later stages of that process of reintegration of myself, they look like seeking God. And I was seeking God in the way that Jordan Peterson had given me the eyes to see him and conceive him. Because I understood, well, I could understand Jordan Peterson said something when he was first getting going that really woke me up to the fact that he was saying something salient. And that was that he said, if you don't look at yourself and see your own capacity for monstrous evil, that doesn't mean you're good. That just means that you're naive. It means you don't have your head in the game yet. When he said that absolutely captured my attention, because at that point, that was what I was realizing is what I was struggling to live with was the realization of my own capacity for darkness and anti-sociality.
You lived in it for a long time. Yeah.
Well, the thing, yeah. So I was really interested in Jordan Peterson, and he was talking about God as kind of well, in some sense, God is ultimate reality, but not personal, not a personal ultimate reality. He's almost just like whatever happens, just sort of the way that ancient peoples thought of God, like whoever wins the battle is whoever God wanted to win. In some sense, God is the outcome of the battle.
That's right. God is that the winner won.
And that's how a lot of people look at Yahweh in the Old Testament. He's just almost whatever happens. And it's crazy, barbaric, and arbitrary, primal nature. Are we desyncing?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I know it keeps saying that my hand is being raised, but I'm not raising my hand.
Oh, okay. Okay. So, and then some people still look at God like that. Like the way that Slavoj Žižek said that many people found it impossible to reconcile Auschwitz with the God of the Bible. And Žižek said, no, on the contrary, if you read what Yahweh is, properly with the right symbolic lens, and on the contrary, in Auschwitz, that God was most there. And which of course I don't accept, but
right. Well, I mean, but it's certainly it can and should be argued against, but it is difficult to argue against. Yeah.
Well, that's a lot of people's understanding of God, and in some sense, everybody has an understanding of ultimate reality.
Right.
Everyone just has even the atheist does. So everyone just has different understandings, and what's his name? Eric Weinstein?
Yes.
It's clear from
is he the mathematician or the biologist?
He's the mathematician.
Right.
The elder brother.
Right.
it's clear from the way that he sort of conceives God, that he kind of sees God that way, not a sentimental, lovey-dovey God. He's more like this kind of brute reality that has to be lived with on the pain of, unnecessary pain. You go against the grain of reality. However amoral and barbaric it may seem, you're going to suffer. So you better get with it. And he doesn't see any grounds to believe in, something like a personal or loving God. He sees in a God, but believes in a God which is almost, again, beyond personality. So absolutely absolute that it cannot be limited by a verbal predicate like personal.
Well, and beyond, but not inclusive of personality. Like,
it's just like what David Bentley Hart asked when he said, if it's beyond good and evil, is that actually just another way of saying evil?
Right.
So that was kind of how I was seeing God. And I could, so in that sense, I reread the Bible for what was, I guess, the second or third time, at least the Old Testament. I was very well familiar with the Bible. Where as familiar as one can be with it when it's not actually the scriptural text with which one was raised. So I sort of got, or thought I understood the God of the Old Testament. And it seemed to me also that in some simple sense, God must be one. And that's very difficult to square with like sort of ordinary understandings of the Trinity. Well,
famously,
lack of understanding of the Trinity.
Right.
And so I thought, this whole Jesus thing and the whole personal God is love thing, or tri-personal God is love thing, just doesn't make any damn sense. Sorry. There's no way it can make sense.
Right.
And
it's just unavoidable that it's like I can see that like you're just repeating the story that everybody's like repeating around the church every Sunday. Like I understand that this is coming at me from a culture, like, and if it doesn't make sense, and I know that it's a cultural artifact, then like it just seems obvious that it's like, it's some delusion. Yeah.
I was trying to see the connection between the Old Testament and the New, and Jordan Peterson had sort of stated it in terms of before salvation was conceived as coming through the state, and then in the New Testament the answer is symbolically salvation comes through the individual. Right. So I thought, maybe take the New Testament seriously just because Jordan Peterson, claims that it has some kind of symbolic importance. So I was kind of going through that, trying to understand Jesus, and that was when I listened to the video by Douglas Wilson, where he was talking about the theology of Jonathan Edwards, and he said he made three statements. He said Jesus is God, Jesus is God's idea, Jesus is God's idea of himself. And there was something after that moment that filled me with a sense of kind of dread and nausea. Because in some sense, to the God who is sheer brute capricious force, you are not morally accountable.
Right.
But for the God who is love,
right,
then there is some complement or backdrop against which there's also a guilt. Like you can betray that God.
You can do wrong by this God. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And so I was really messed up by that, and I was just outside chain smoking. And because I guess after I had given up the desire to live forever, I was like, I don't care. I had started smoking.
Right. Yeah. Why not? Yeah.
Because I felt it was good for keeping me awake. I still miss it. I dream of it almost every night. But
a little nihilistic statement too. I used to always say, I was like, one more nail for my coffin, and I light it up, and I would feel so groovy.
Yeah. Well, I guess for me it was more functional, but there's always probably some element of that. I'm not the most self-aware person, as you can see.
No, I think for you it was a medication that you saw no reason to deny yourself, right?
It's great medication for ADHD.
Yes, it is.
I got a lot of good grades in college because of that. So, like, as I said, in high school, I was bottom class, but, college, I had a 4.0. Like, if an A minus would dent the 4.0, I made sure not to get an A minus. Um, there was no class in major, out of major, grad school, undergrad, where I did not make an A or an A plus come hell or high water. Um, and I think it was the cigarettes helped me to focus. But um, the well, I had some idea that I would pour that addiction out, just the way that, who was it? Saul did when he poured out the bowl of water. And he did it as an offering to Yahweh when he was like super thirsty. And I said to Jesus, if you're real, and let's see if you are real. And of course, if I was familiar with Jesus' own words, it is also written not to tempt the Lord your God. I didn't take them seriously because I was testing Jesus. But I did lose that addiction after I offered it to him. And still then I didn't fully believe in Jesus. I couldn't find sufficient basis to believe in his reality. But something I've learned.
Right, because what is that little experience? It's so difficult. I know exactly what you mean. That it's built out of these little experiences that are so intimate, and
Yes.
like that's such an interesting thing to have happened, because it's like, well, even in a very skeptical, from a very skeptical point of view, it's like you asking for that and then quitting smoking cigarettes would be an indication of how deeply felt your desire for the reality of Jesus to be.
Something like that.
But for you, that's so significant, like, because it's so difficult to change your behavior.
Well, it wasn't nothing. I had
Right.
expected it to be nothing.
Right. Right.
And even afterward, it's like I did not. I didn't fully believe in Jesus because I couldn't find sufficient reason. I didn't see how it made sense. I guess what kind of clicked into place for me later was, and it was partly driven by the use of psychedelics. But when I understood like the loving and relational nature of God, then I understand that if God is love, that's how you know that Jesus is his son. Otherwise, his claims to being God don't really make much sense.
Right.
But the fact that, see, because you're kind of your ultimate moral example depends on, well, your morality, which is a function in turn of the environment that you're in. If the ultimate reality is in fact love, then the ultimate moral example to follow is Christ Jesus, who demonstrates love. That's one of the meanings of the incarnation, as far as I'm concerned, who demonstrates love to the self-sacrificial limit. And like that's how I later came to see Jesus in relation to the Father. But at that time, still, I didn't understand really how it all hung together, how it made sense. You got three persons in one being, and you got one person who is like two persons or two natures, but they're not different, but they are, and the monophysitism, diphysitism thing. And so for me at that time, it really didn't make any sense, especially like theism itself. Like God is so abstract and absolutely absolute that it's like on some level he can't be distinguished from a non-entity or from non-existence itself, because the non-existence, as I said before, is like a both and an either nor. It's just contradiction, the one thing that cannot be. And so, but the thing is, after I was not really experimenting with psychedelics, because I didn't take that much, or I took the so-called heroic dose of 5 grams of psilocybin, and that was interesting because after that, I during that experience, I definitely experienced some kind of phenomenological reality that corresponds to what David Bentley Hart says, where like you only have a self in relation to others.
Right. Yes. Yeah. Exactly what you're talking about, actually.
And I felt that, and afterward I thought, well, this is certainly. I thought if I were naive, I might take this as proof that some uh, uh, superhuman intelligence exists, because that mushroom seemed to know a lot. Um, uh, that was the way that I thought about it in the immediate aftermath.
Yeah.
When I was still not wholly, like, when I still wasn't thinking straight.
Yes. Right.
But I felt like myself experienced through or from the standpoint of other people, and vice versa, and I felt like we were all limbs on one body. I felt that they were the limbs of my body, and that we together were all limbs on one great body. And it was, yes, a little bit mycological, and like roots and networks, and it was very earthy, and that was why I kind of felt like the mushroom knew too much, because it knew how to make the experience very much what one would associate with an experience engendered by the ingestion of a mushroom. This is very, very, very strange, but
it is an awfully weird thing. Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is that didn't make me believe in God. The LSD, I took a very small amount of it. It was really actually a sub-threshold dose. But what it made me very concerned with was decay. And at that time, I had been working in a nursing facility, and one of the things that we did was we did puzzles with these elderly patients with dementia. We did the puzzles again and again and again, and I thought of how it was a great symbol for, at the time that I was doing that work, I thought of how it was a great symbol for entropy and sort of the pointlessness of everything. We keep building these systems back up in order for them to decay further and succumb to greater and greater levels of disorder. And then when I was on the LSD, that's what I was thinking about. But I thought about how, on a first order level, perfect order was represented by the Big Bang. And yes, it was very orderly, but there was no life or beauty in it. That, as a function of this entropy, another higher order was allowed to rise. It was the precondition for some kind of other order or complexity to emerge. And again, the suggestion was that where it emerged into was some kind of higher dimensional spiritual reality, that it went beyond the space-time continuum. But again, it was just, I was on drugs. Like, what the that's not really apologetics either. So, but I was very driven by these questions once again.
Right. It's hard to say what the data from those experiences is. For me, the thing that always
didn't
stuck
make
with
me feel any less depressed.
Right.
I'll point that out. They made me more depressed.
But like the thing that, because I know there are strong opinions about this in both directions. I think, like anything else, evil would love to get its hooks in to your psychedelic experience.
Yes, absolutely. I don't recommend it as a way of, it's not going to just give you God. I didn't find God at the end of the psychedelic experiences.
No.
I found little pieces of the truth, but I had been collecting little pieces of the truth all my life.
But you will also become aware of things that your brain knows how to do, which you otherwise would never even suspect. Like ways of perceiving and understanding. Like, you can't really even describe that sense of network, like the sense of like it all breaks down when you try to rationalize it as and for me, those experiences, I mean, I've had more negative, like it was traumatic to be shown that, because suddenly all kinds of stuff that I didn't know was possible is possible. but it also is not directed in itself. Like it's a mushroom, like you said. It's like, you know, if you think you can trust mushrooms, then, you know, be a little less naive. The mushroom doesn't know how to enter into a beneficent therapeutic relationship with you.
Well, how I would characterize it for myself is it's a little bit like ayahuasca. You know, like when you take that drug, especially the mushroom, it gives you a sense of an almost feminine intelligence and presence, which is loving. And in the panpsychic manifold, it's like every system, every network of nodes, and every, you know, like larger network of systems is conscious, and it's conscious in whatever way the system is delineated. You can take the set of all like mushrooms and their interaction with each other, and that's like a conscious system, you know, on some, you know, frame of the panpsychic manifold, which is, like, to borrow a phrase perhaps from Chris Langan, although I've never entirely figured out what he meant by it, it's a stratified manifold. So the where was I going with that? I'm having my own senior moment right now.
Well, we're talking about like interacting with mushrooms at a consciousness to consciousness level, something like that. You're talking about the status of the mushroom in terms of consciousness, according to.
Oh, well, I'm saying that there's any system, like there is a Mother Earth consciousness, you might say.
Right.
And is that a principality or a power? Yes, but not of the air. It bears description in some sense of as a principality or power. And I think that if you were to take that consciousness and examine its moral or emotional orientation toward being like you or me, it would not be negative. The Mother Earth does not desire your Gaia, does not desire your destruction or your suffering. Actually, you're part of Gaia. To some extent, I imagine Gaia feels what you feel. So she's actually pro-socially, or she has a positive moral orientation, at least to beings like us. But the reason why you can't worship Gaia is that, if you will, Gaia does not see the big picture.
Right. Yes. Exactly.
Any more than Lucifer did.
Well,
only
and also
God's
Gaia,
providence factors in everything. And you're either with that providence or you're the way. You have to seek God. You have to seek the highest will of ultimate reality, if you like. You have to seek Him to find your place in that providence, and anyone else's lesser plan is suboptimal. But that's another way of saying it's not good, because in some sense,
well, and I just feel like
is the privation of the good.
In these terms, Gaia doesn't have a plan for us. It's like the good spirits know.
Well, I don't know, but I mean that seems kind of reasonable.
Right. The good spirits
Gaia
know,
can only conceive of her own interests.
Right. Like angels, at least I always imagine, they know something about how to help you. But like nature doesn't, Gaia doesn't protect foxes or chickens. It is them. And do you know what I mean? And if we're thinking about things as a kind of a distributed network of consciousness, there's nothing you can't trust. You can't trust nature. You can find it beautiful.
The thing is, all of our friction with God comes from valuing things that are different than what God intends to happen. We have an idea of how some things should go. It can be as good as we can imagine, but it's still not as good as what God purposes. When we hold on to that plan, rather than be led by God, you know, that's where the friction comes in. And the thing, same with Gaia. Gaia has an idea of how things should go. The destiny which she imagined will best serve her collective interests. But ultimately, it's not aligned with what God purposes, because God has purposed something higher. I imagine Gaia does not understand God's purpose. And so she is to that extent like sort of alienated or at cross purposes. That's why you can't go worshiping Gaia, because you will not always be in teleological alignment.
Yeah, and she uses death for death.
And there's a limit to which I would want to generalize about it. I think like I've already like generalized beyond my level of knowledge.
Right, and once again, I'm just like making up a story and playing. But no, I don't know. I wouldn't never hazard a guess. It's just I feel like it's a mistake. It is generally a mistake to trust nature in herself.
Anything less than God is going to be idolatry in some sense.
Right. God is love, and love is the willing of the good for another. I don't know that.
Well, it's like God is. I'm sufficiently panentheistic to say that God is everything, but the sense in which I mean that is different from some kind of direct pantheistic equation between God and the physical universe. Because if what one means by universe or everything is simply everything physical, then I would deny an identity relationship between God and that. But where universe means what it should mean, everything real, or where one speaks of the set of everything real, one has to be very careful in the way that one characterizes God's relationship with that. Specifically, one should not try to distance God too much from that, because otherwise, if God is not the set of everything real, nor is he a member of that set, then he's just not real. One can speak of different senses of the word reality, but if you begin with the stipulation, like let X be the set of everything that is real in any sense, and ask, is God that set, or is he the member? You can't answer no to both questions, because otherwise your God is truly unreal. And you're just saying it's a function, it's not different from atheism. So the question, it would be then something like, is God the set, or is he a member? And something I learned from Chris Langan is that God is the consciousness of ultimate reality. Consciousness is a self, and consciousness is reflexive. It takes itself as an argument. It is something which can serve as the proper basis for a self-including set of all sets. So the answer to the question of is God everything is in some sense yes. That's why Langan is careful to talk about different senses or descriptions under which God can be known. Because in one sense, he is everything, like undifferent at some level of like informational nil constraint, or just complete lack of logical differentiation. The sort of almost materia prima of consciousness, like the raw stuff, if you will, where he calls unbound telesis. So in that sense, God is absolutely everything. But on another level, when you enter into the domain of reality at which logical distinctions apply, to use a word like God for absolutely everything, for you, for me, for the cup, for the dog, is to empty the word God of meaning. And so, we're at the level of reality where logical distinctions exist, it does not do to call everything God. So, if you take that panpsychic manifold and you go to the top, you widen the network under consideration to encompass absolutely everything. That's God again. That's one consciousness. However, even here we can make distinctions. And I'm departing from Langan here into my own imaginative theology, but speculative theology. But if you take the consciousness of everything, in some sense, that's all God, but in another sense, that also doesn't do. Just like how in what you experience is all your consciousness. And yet in your own consciousness is where all the otherness and interrelationship with everyone else comes in. So within your consciousness, there's a division. There's a self-other distinction. You are self-aware to the extent that you're other-aware. And I imagine actually, I'm anthropomorphic enough in my speculative theology to imagine that at the level of ultimate reality, where it's all one consciousness, the solipsistic level of being, there is an internal sense of self-otherness. And the self there is God. and the other there is the objects of his consciousness, who are themselves subjects of consciousness. And inside us, we can make a similar move where you go into a neuron, and that neuron is conscious in its own right. It's conscious in its own small way. And so it's mereology, it's fractal, it's part whole, it's synecdoche.
Have you read Roland and Moonlight by David
No,
Hart?
but there was a part of it where he was talking about this kind of like non-reductive, like
I feel like you would really love that. Yeah.
Manifold, where everything is conscious in its own way at its own level. And
he goes so far as to say that, like, I don't remember his exact wording, but I recognized it because when I used to think about this stuff all the time, I would think about mereology, and like, well, does this panpsychic stance mean that, like, the mereological combination of the rightmost to me part of my lampshade and like every leaf on every tree in China and my toes, does that mereological sum bear a unique consciousness? And he kind of goes so far as to say yes. Like everything at every level that you can define a sum like that, you are also defining a consciousness.
Yes, he and I are saying the same thing. And that's very interesting because it's what we touched on in our last conversation. How in some sense, I think philosophy as a whole is moving in that direction. That's the new zeitgeist. Now, the thing about it is, does that automatically give you God? No. Can you hear me?
Yes.
The thing of it is that it should give you God. If you put if you do your math correctly, not to reduce God to an arithmetic sum, but if you do the math correctly, you should see how it all, yields God as the conclusion. But there is still the danger where people could go to this new kind of understanding and end up with something kind of like what Lewis describes in That Hideous Strength, where it's like magic has been reintroduced into the kind of materialistic mindset, but it's kind of new age in the sense that it conceives God as a force to be harnessed, and everything is just forces and systems, unfolding in their cycles, and there is no law behind these laws. It's impersonal in that sense. It's just nature doing its things, which is like personal as the occasion requires, but then also not personal whenever the question of moral accountability comes up. So we're going to move into this new zeitgeist, but I think what you're going to find is that it's not going to be to say that everyone will suddenly become God conscious. There's still going to be the spiritual battle.
Right. Yeah. I mean, because the fact remains that you can be a thoroughgoing panpsychist and believe that there is a consciousness which it can be identified with the sum of the universe, but still believe that the existence of the universe is an accident. It's an accidental consciousness,
or something like that. At the very least, you're not going to think that consciousness cares what you do, and then you're going to end up, if there is a God, but he has absolutely no consideration for what his creatures do, that's functionally indistinguishable from atheism. And so that's in some sense.
Oh, and there are many worse possibilities too. Like if you really take the problem of evil seriously, and can't find a solution to it, and then come to understand the universe as being conscious, you might believe that we live inside the devil. That's an open possibility. Yeah. But this is all very interesting because it gets back to this question of the goodness
of God
showed up in your story a couple times. He kind of pokes his head in, but you call yourself a Christian now. So what changed?
At that point in my life, I was like flirting with Calvinism. And the reason why is that I was a physicalist and I didn't believe in free will. And yet I found myself believing in God for reasons I could not explain to myself. And so in some sense, the hypothesis of election, unconditional divine election, made as much sense as it can ever make, which is not a lot, but that's where I was at.
It has its logic to it. like it.
But I wavered in my faith a lot. I wavered a lot.
Now, when is this happening? So you are flirting with Calvinism. You've already
like 28 or 29. It was so, like I almost kind of lost my faith when I had started taking psychedelics. I had almost kind of lost it. And then that made me really motivated in the whole made me really interested in the whole question again. And that's when I read Langan. But I was familiar with him from when I was about 19 or 20 years old, but I reread Langan with new eyes and new willingness to see what he had to say. And I found that in his theological model, I could interpret all these apparently conflicting statements. Yes. To do with Trinity and incarnation and just God, just making sense of God. How God can be, in Paul van der Clay's words, both arena and agent. You need a very sophisticated mereology in order to make sense of that. And that's what the CTMU is, the cognitive theoretic model of the universe by Chris Langan. It is a mereology. It's almost a mathematical description of ultimate reality, the self-including set of all sets, but also the consciousness in whom we live and move and have our being. And so that was where I ended up.
Let me take a 1 minute break. I'm gonna grab my my charging cord. I don't want us to get interrupted because this is the crucial topic for me. So let's come back to this in a moment. So the thing that I'm still struggling with, and that I want to see if we can dig down deeper on before we talk too much about the particulars of the sort of philosophical framework that you've been developing in the recent years of your life. I'm still stuck on this distance between that encounter in your life and the spiritual, intellectual position of Christianity. Because something you and I have talked about before is, at least for me, I still feel very strange even talking in religious terms at all. So I think we've both had experiences that are similar in that, like, an experience to do with suffering, psychological suffering, of an unbearable type, drew us to the inevitable conclusion that we needed to be oriented towards or to be a part of love. Would it be fair to say that the transition from that to you declaring yourself Christian, which one thing I'd like to ask you is what it means for you to be a Christian, but like that's a particular thing. I don't remember the day where I started referring to myself as a Christian, but there was definitely a time where I started to be comfortable with that. So what did that? Because it's like you have a very, I wouldn't say regimented or rigidly logical outlook, but you do have a great fluency. Well, your obsession throughout this whole period has been words and their use, and a project that you're using words to fill out. So where did the Christianity come from? What is it? And when did you know it? Does that make sense?
Yeah. The answer is that, so I had that first, so what does it mean to be a Christian, or what does one mean when one says that one is a Christian? It would depend on how one conceives Christ. Some people conceive Christ, I'm gonna upset them with how sort of crude and reductive this formulation is, but uh, they conceive of Christ almost as like an accounting trick, which God plays on himself. I issue some currency in order to pay a debt that I owe to myself. Uh, uh, and it's like, see how God manages to like make all sin disappear with this one weird trick. So God, I mean, in some, for some theologies, it's like Christianity is just the accounting trick that God has to do, and he's the clause that you have to sign on to in order for your sin to be erased. Oh, and on top of that, he's actually a really fun guy, and I'd love to get to meet him. And that latter part is actually the Jesus in whom I'm interested. But there's so that was the first description under which I knew Jesus. For me, there was a lot of explanatory friction that description had around it. But when I was studying the CTMU and I was trying to make sense of it, I was really asking myself the question of whether, because the CTMU is a very interesting theory, and what it says is that God seeks to maximize generalized utility. The ultimate reality, through a process known as telic recursion, tries to maximize the generalized utility of what are called secondary tellers, which are beings like you and me, almost like fractionations of the one mind. To sound a little bit Neoplatonic, I guess, when I say that, but so it's about optimizing utility, but like, how is utility optimized? Is this world itself the optimization of utility, or is it a means to some like transcendental? And like, is this world the be all and end all, or is it something rather like a spiritual or moral obstacle course? And I found myself leading more along the latter lines. That there was the question is why God does not show himself. And so it seems to me that Langen has a way of understanding the maximization of utility, which is a lot like the description which he himself uses for that process. Again, maximization of utility. It has to do with like rational or enlightened self-interest. It has to do with the collection of utiles. If you read it in economics textbook, units of utility are called utiles. So it's like,
I've never heard that before. I mean, I know
my cousin
utilitarianism all the time, so I
my cousin
understand.
was an economics major, and he didn't know that. It was in one of his textbooks that I learned it.
Tiles.
Yeah, and so Langen doesn't use that term, or I've never seen him use it. He's a great prose stylist. I think that he knows better than to use such silly language where it's not necessary. Although he uses a lot of his own jargon. Langen is indescribable. Every time I describe him to people, they just end up thinking they know what kind of, I don't know, pseudo-intellectual or amateur philosopher he is, but they don't know, and you can't know until you've read it. Langen is beyond description. At least my powers of description. So the question is, how is utility maximized? And really what I wondered, like, for the way that Langen seemed to conceive of God was, why doesn't God come down here and become himself the panopticon? Why doesn't he let everyone know that if morality and the maximization of utility is just a matter of, enlightened self-interest, why doesn't he let everyone know that hell and heaven lie inevitably ahead of those who do evil and those who do good, respectively? And it seemed to me the only sense that this makes it makes a lot more sense when you conceive of God as love, that he would not want the decision to be based merely on self-interest, that he hides himself, as it were, so that people have the ability to choose to behave the way he wants them to behave, not out of coercion or self-interest, but out of love. And that's the only way that you can make sense of divine hiddenness. Also, panpsychism leads to me very naturally to God as love. The God who feels everything that his creatures feels cannot be the God of Calvinism, who unconditionally elects like some portion of his creation to eternal misery so that he can step back and watch the spectacle. God he's closer to you than the vein in your neck. Interior intimo meo. It's more inward than your inmost. He experiences everything. So to me, the God as love actually made more sense of Langen's theory than how Langen seemed to conceive God. Now, I sort of dread the day when I may have to debate Langen, because no one can debate Langen. But you know, I mean, there's a certain extent to which his own interpretation of his theory, never quite made sense to me. The CTMU, as far as I can tell, is true at the level of generality that it's intended to make sense at. But the question gets into interpretation. I have a different interpretation of the maximization of utility. To me, again, that looks like everything will be placed in subjection to Christ, the principle of self-sacrificial love, although he's more than that. He's a person. He's a union of the universal and the particular. He's a hypostasis. Then Jesus will place himself in submit to the Father, and God will be all in all. To me, that's what it is. You can call it maximization of utility. That's true at a super tautological level of generality. But
let me break in for a second to get clarification. So you're describing, so you read Langen again, and you become aware of the possibility of this addition to a theory that would solve certain problems for it. And the solution to the problem is God is love.
Yes, like that's a way of putting it.
And so that's very interesting. And so almost still, this is not Christianity, but it's like presenting itself to you as a solution to a theoretical issue that was plaguing your mind, not plaguing necessarily, but that was occupying your mind. Is that what you're saying? Am I mischaracterizing that?
You're characterizing it very well, except that I would say that at the time that I realized that, then I was integrating that with a lot of stuff I had read from C.S. Lewis, because C.S. Lewis was someone with whom I had been familiar as an atheist, who had spoken to me deeply as an atheist, especially in those years when the ice was thawing, so to speak. Because it was showing me a kind of transcendent morality, like that kind of in trigonometry there's a sine function, and that's like a ratio of like certain angles or something. But then there's the generalization of the sine function, which breaks the bounds of like triangular geometry, and it's like going into its definition is widened, and it's just like a sine function. It's like there are principles that you see on this planet, like this constrained terrestrial reality, which have their generalizations in some wider reality, and that was like the morality that I was seeing in C.S. Lewis in Mere Christianity, but especially the Screwtape Letters, which was the first book I read by him, and in some ways still the most impressive book, like the book that I keep going back to, because that could really speak to me as somebody who had gone to the dark places himself. I was integrating a lot of what I was concluding about the CTMU with what I had read from C.S. Lewis, and that was when I realized that Jesus is God. Jesus is God's idea. Jesus is God's idea of himself. That he is the ultimate moral example, where ultimate reality is love. And he's more than that. He's not a mere symbol. But I'm saying, like, that's for me where I connected all the dots. And the morning after that, I realized that I was going to be a father, and that was when it seemed to me that God spoke, but not in words, but it seemed to me that he told me what I said earlier about how if you love only yourself, that is death. The only one who can have eternal life is the one who loves selflessly like me. That yeah, you have to enter into this life, and the condition is dying to yourself. But he's telling me, I want you to learn to love beyond yourself. And as soon as it's like God, like as your sparring partner, as soon as you get your bearings, I'm going to hit you again with something harder. But it's all an education. It's an education in ultimate reality, which is me, which is a person. The Brahman is a person. Yeah, so it's like it's not different. It is, but it isn't. Chintya Veda Veda. And is an integration of everything that I've learned in my whole life. This is how I see Christianity. It's not something radically other and different. It's not a discontinuous function, the way that I was once one person and then I became someone else. I mean, it is that, but it's also an integration. Everything is embedded. Everything is connected. Everything makes sense. What was I going to say?
I mean, the picture that I'm getting of this for you, and it's helping me to hear you express it like this, because to a certain extent, I've had the same experience of having sort of been laboring over these sort of disconnected, like your love of C.S. Lewis, like you weren't pursuing Christian belief or anything at the time, but you were working with C.S. Lewis, like it caught you and you worked on it and you made a little something out of it that you had later on. And it wasn't Christianity.
That's very right. And I think that all our lives are structured like this. God is
Right.
Existence is an education in ultimate reality, which is God. And the thing is, where the task is to learn the infinite, any starting point is as good as any other. And it never ends. It's epictatically always farther up and further in. What I was going to say earlier about the religion in which I was raised, I don't conceive it as false per se. I conceive what was true in it as true and what was false in it as false. And it's like from C.S. Lewis, it's like Aslan and Tash. And then Emmett asked, well, is it true that as the ape said that Aslan and Tash are one? And he said, no, Aslan and Tash are opposite, but it's precisely because they're opposite that anything which is good and true or lovely or honest or of good report is done necessarily to me. I am the way, the truth, and the life. And everything which is evil or backward is done for the sake of Tash. And you can't do good except that it be, credited to my account. And like the
you can't walk on a path without following the person who made the path.
Yeah, Jesus is the path.
Yeah, right.
He is the
right.
path. The theological model that I was given to make sense of the paradoxes is the CTMU of Christopher Langan, which says that ultimate reality is a self-configuring, self-processing language. And in that way, in that sense, I see the different religions and their theologies as coding languages. That they're all meant to produce certain outcomes. They're all to get us to be like where the rubber meets the road. Like truth is like in your behavior, and everyone, I think people can act out Christ and believe in Christ with different cognitive machinery upstairs, as indeed or different cognitive languages upstairs, because there's even a great difference between the Christianity of, say, Presbyterianism or Calvinism and Christianity of Greek Orthodoxy, or of a liberal Protestant, where the one is like God is power, and God is like some kind of self-glorifying entity, and the other is like God is love. These are arguably very different Christianities, but I think that where the rubber meets the road is like you act it out. Like there's some Presbyterians who have like what I would consider a very backward and horrible Calvinist theology. They're very, very good Christians in the way they act it out. Like Jonathan Edwards, I love, and I think he was a great example. And then conversely, you can have people with all the right theological beliefs, but they don't embody them on the most important level, as our friend Luke is so fond of pointing out. And then the same goes for Hindus, and the same goes for Muslims, and they're all different coding languages, and they do some things right, they do some things well, and they do other things not so well. And I find that as a Christian, I still do a lot of coding in the language that I was raised with, because there's a lot of truth in it, and especially as regards the tricky philosophical stuff concerning the relationship between the self and God. Because if you do deep philosophy, one thing Langdon showed me is that it's not enough to conceive of God as simply some entity in reality, which is separable from reality, like wholly separable. Nor does it work to wholly immanentize God and say he's the ground of being. You can't do that and really end up with like a personal God, in my opinion. You have to sail between Scylla and Charybdis. You have to have the God who is both arena and agent, set and member,
right,
self-including set of all sets, immanent and transcendent, which is like Luke would say, panentheism. But then again, it's like, what does panentheism mean? Because Ryan Mullins wrote a very brilliant paper exposing how people don't know what they mean when they describe themselves as panentheists, because so many of the panentheist distinctives are actually held both by pantheists and by classical theists. So we have to have the right characterization of panentheism. I think that Langdon's model allows you to do that. But the thing is, I conceive all religions, all theologies as the coding languages, the languages in which to understand spiritual reality, and they're all things that they get right and all things that they get wrong. Christianity is also, see, the thing is, the strength of a language is how easily it lends itself to a pro-teleological interpretation. So like teleological meaning to say aligned with the will of God. So Satanism, the only really valid way we can kind of halfway interpret that is like seek truth individualistically, regardless of what the establishment says. And that will take you to God if followed seriously enough. But of course, there's so many other interpretations of Satanism where it's like, well, truth is a function of power. Your truth is different from my truth, and might makes right, and you can go down there, and then you'll tarry away from God for ages and ages before you get back to Him. And then there's other religions like Christianity is the best language in terms of like how easily it is interpreted in a teleological way. However, there's still the bad interpretations. For example, if you get like hyper charismatic about it, God is like almost a vending machine. Like through my faith, I command God to give me this, give me that, commanding angels, give me this, give me that. And it's all about what I can essentially manifest, by the strength of my faith, not too different from New Age theologies, which are about like manifesting stuff using the law of attraction. Or you have Calvinism, which it gets you, it's like, it gets you, the devil, if he wants, can get you hung up on the question of, like before you love God with all your heart, soul, and mind, and before you love your neighbor as yourself, it's like, you better get clear on the question of whether you're elect or not. And so you spend all your time thinking about that and not actually being Christian.
How could you not? Yeah.
And so, well, some people don't. Some people are great Christians in spite of the limitations of the language that they're coding in. Just like some people can code a great website using some language like Ruby that I don't know that other coders don't consider very good, something like that, some analogy. Or they can use a language which is a front end language like JavaScript and jam it into an object oriented language like C++, and then do some nice back end programming. And they did it with JavaScript. Or they can do something which would have been better done with Java, but using Python, something like that. So that anyway is ways.
And I think also for some people, the language doesn't make much practical difference.
Yes.
In general, language is something that they are in all aspects of their life just assenting to. And that it doesn't really, what they assent to doesn't really reflect their true state of belief. I think for somebody like you, because you very clearly throughout this whole story clearly have an attitude towards language where like, this is my tool. I think for a lot of people, it doesn't feel that way. I think it's for a lot of people, language is a kind of it's mostly an inconvenience and a worry. But
well, goodness knows, I'm not the best at language myself. I'm a speech therapist purportedly, and yet my speech is like really all over the place, lazy grammar, slurred, you know.
Well, yeah, but like if you watch somebody, you know, laying concrete, who's been laying concrete for 45 years, it may appear that they're like sloppy in the way they move. It's just because they're so used to their tools that they know that they'll do the work with the minimum effective force, which a term you
economy.
Yeah. It's interesting.
Yeah, no, it's true that I'm interested in language. I'm a speech therapist by profession, at least nominally speaking.
Which was a choice that originates during a time where you weren't making conscious choices.
Yeah, I was sleepwalking. Yeah. And the thing about it is that I ended up accepting an ontology, a theological model, a theory of everything, which says that ultimate reality is the self-configuring, self-processing language. But see, to understand what he means by that, you have to so widen the sense of language that it almost becomes equivalent to consciousness itself. Like everything is a language. Like the laws of physics are a language. The neural activity in which your brain activity is represented is a neural language. Natural language is a language. Everything is a language. So you so widen the sense of the word language that it almost becomes tautological, that everything is language, and that's also the sense in which consciousness and language are equated. In the
I remember in the discussion about like what is computation, one of the arguments says that if you really press that definition, you end up with, well, computation just is causation. Like they're synonymous.
So the thing about it is that it's a little bit like what Heidegger was trying to do. You're trying to get to grips with ultimate reality. You have to have something which is capable of serving as its own basis for reduction, something which like gives itself.
Yeah.
And that was one of the things that all he could cryptically say about being, capital B, was that it gives itself. And so consciousness, it is its own reduction. It contains itself. It's reflexive, and you can get matter in some sense from consciousness, but you can't get consciousness from matter. Although, you know, really, if what you mean by consciousness is not matter, then it doesn't do to deny the existence of matter, because then again you've got a predicate which is functioning without a complement. And so really that's the nice sense in which the CTMU shows how more fundamental than mind or matter is language. But when you get to grips with what that really means, you realize that reality is more mind-like than it is mindless. In fact, it is one mind, and God is just the answer that we give in response to the question of whose mind. That's a almost direct quotation from Langen.
Yeah. What a response. A lot is moving through my mind. What's kind of inspiring to me about listening to you talk about all of this stuff is that for me, like I'm trained in philosophy, but I think sort of like your study of speech pathology, I don't think that was quite aligned with what my real
I
interests
see.
or
I see. Yes.
or like the tool that I was looking to grasp onto. What's inspiring to me about listening to you is that I know that for myself, when I turn to philosophy in a spiritual context, it's often because I need help, like answering a bad voice, for instance, so I can get some relief. For you, and I've understood this listening to some episodes of your podcast recently. I'm like, oh, he's building like, so there's this like gap between human experience and divine and the divine. I'm like, okay, Cal is building a spaceship. He's like a technologist. And it's not like just part of like spiritual warfare. He's actually trying to get somewhere. And it's so interesting to see in this story these little elements that by themselves are not, well, like I said, they're not Christianity. But then in this moment, once you've got all the pieces and they get connected, it's like there's tension between them that tightens like a structure or a net.
Yeah.
So I guess the question
In the
is,
Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says, I am the intelligence of the intelligent. I am the wisdom of the wise. And where is it? It's like every perfect gift. Let's turn to James 1:17. Every good gift and every perfect gift is from above and cometh down from the Father of lights, with whom is no variableness, neither shadow of turning. Rabbi, who are you? Who do you say that I am? Rabbi, you're the Son of God. You're the King of Israel. Flesh and blood has not revealed this to you, but my Father in heaven. It's like, to the extent that I've done anything right, I'm not even claiming that I necessarily did, but as God's inspiration. Left to my own devices, I'm pretty effing clueless. I think that's what my story kind of goes to illustrate more than.
Well, it's certainly there's
anything.
a crucial moment of crisis.
Yeah,
sometimes a crisis like that is a blessing in disguise.
So how I used to put it was like, I used to see, the thing is, it's like I was doubting God's existence, but I was treating him like just another possible object of vision. But God is not, just another object of vision, which can either be present or absent for one to see. God is the very light by which any object of vision is disclosed or not disclosed. Just to have the experience of not seeing God, there had to be God. And like that was always there, always, that obvious, but always with me not seeing. Because in some sense, we're all just like toddlers that they're born without a theory of mind. They have to learn that there is an other against whom their own like selfhood is defined. Prior to that, they do not acknowledge the existence of the mind of their father. So I'm sorry I interrupted you. I'm going to ask like
no. I think we're kind of reaching the point where I'm going to be tapped out and unable to continue. I'm trying to. There's so many. It was so encouraging to me when you and I were talking the last time we talked for hours and hours. How you kept saying like, this sounds so familiar. This tracks my notes, and I understand a lot more what you mean now. I'm especially struck by both this. So the three things that I'm especially struck by, I'm struck by how early on you identified your sort of, I would think of it as an artistic medium, which was the like gathering up of linguistic material and constructing not a container, but like constructing your thing. I don't need to put a name on it. Yeah, the model. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's Langen.
I'm struck by that, and I'm struck by the little notes that chime occasionally, that in the note from C.S. Lewis and then note from Langen and the rereading of it and the understanding of it. That really helps me understand the explanation for my own Christianity a lot better. Because there was no moment where it's like I saw a white dude with a big beard and sandals and like coming down from the sun or something. It was just this like gradual tightening of various tensions. And it's like sometimes there's a tension between ideas and you release the tension by taking one of the ideas and discarding the other one. But then there are certain ideas that occur in tension, and even under the test, you can't drop either one of them. And the accumulation of these, I think of them as being contradictions or paradoxes.
Yes.
And the fact that they keep going, like the paradoxes keep being there. And it's something that you described where it's like, after that experience you had, there was like a new, almost like a roadblock for certain thoughts that you might have, where it's like, no, we're going this way with it. Like this tension may exist in my understanding, but I'm not willing to abandon these things which saved your life, more or less, you know. So I'm struck by that and then I'm just struck by your experience of evil. In a sense, like there's nothing, because my own experience, and again, just like you, I don't really feel compelled to speculate about the influence of the demonic precisely, but my experience was very bombastic almost. It was miserable and like low and degrading, but it was at least so thunderously horrible that like it was the span of like maybe half a year, but I had to get out of that. Your experience was so much more like the greatest evils are the ones that are ordinary, the things that blend into the ordinary background. And it's like you had there's a whole change in your psychology in that period too. Like you're suddenly becoming a good student, but you're lost completely. Like there was a side of, there was the emotive, so the part of your soul that's like moving in the spirit was invisible.
Yeah, because I used to be a very earnest person who would make himself vulnerable, very honest, and very relational. And after that, I found myself someone who I wore a mask, and that I was very instrumental in the way that like I would speak and engage with people, and that I had a kind of disregard for people that was like, it was like scorn or disdain. But it's like before it used to bother me very much what other people thought, and after that it was like they're non-entities.
Right.
It's like indifference, and that was, yeah, it was like it's not good at all. It was like that was yeah, it was a worse spiritual condition than anger would have been.
So the final question that I have is,
and I was different after that, yeah, like much more calculated and like strategic, and yeah, it's weird. Nowadays I try to,
it must be strange to remember that.
Nowadays I try to incorporate like the things that each sub self did well. I try to draw on
Yes,
those.
because it's good to sometimes not to be able to detach from the opinions of other people, especially. Yeah. it's so strange how it all comes together. Like, and the little story about quitting smoking is so illustrative to me of a particular quality of becoming a believer that is so difficult to communicate, which is just the like, it's a participation in the most mundane little conversations that you have in your own mind, and just little things that happen to you in your day where like it's an accumulation. So there's this accumulation of an interaction simultaneous with this finalization of like a network of ideas, some of which are pre-existing and some of which are coming in to like fill gaps in the network. So my question is, so do you attend a church? I mean, well, we're both talking
bouncing around. I'm bouncing around there right now. I'm actively exploring because when I first started praying to God and to Jesus was in a Catholic church, and there's something about the Catholic Church that I keep thinking about, so I'm kind of exploring right now to what degree I can like coherently like possibly identify as Catholic. The thing is, there's a bunch of dogmas that you got to accept, otherwise it's a mortal sin. And so, there's ways of interpreting those dogmas in a way that I can affirm, but I don't know if that's actually tantamount to disbelief in those dogmas, because the Catholic theology, when at first glance, appear to be rather different from, say, the theological model of Chris Langan, which I would say I mostly hold to that. I hold to it to the degree that I understand it, which, I mean, I know to some people that's going to sound like idolization of a person or something. I just use the concepts that make most sense to me.
We all have our
I'm not afraid
masters yeah.
Well, I'm not afraid to disagree with Langan where I think that he's wrong. But what I'm saying is there's a way that I can itself conceive of the theological language of Catholicism as JavaScript, something that's like front end or for the user interface, and then that it is embedded in a more fine-grained language, which is not to denigrate or cheapen that theological language, because the source of a language, its power is often in its abstraction and how coarse-grained it is. But it seems to me that you can give them interpretations, dogmas, the interpretations, like they have to be functional. The code has to run at the bare metal, or wherever the rubber meets the road, at the machine language. So you can embed it in a more fine-grained language, and then maybe that way you can affirm the dogmas under certain interpretations. However, that I think that just ends up in like, I believe that I am Catholic, but others believe that I am not. And it's like, is that enough? Why do I feel compelled to go there anyway? Because I could go to any one of these sort of spiritually deracinated Protestant churches. And in some sense, that's always been my inclination before. It's like theologically the simplest, but I don't know why. But I am drawn to the Catholic Church, and what I have to figure it out. If God is willing, what He will help me figure out is whether these impulses are just something I've confabulated or whether they come from Him. But
so that is where you are, because the question that I have is where this journey is leading you. And for me, the thing that I'm currently putting off is this question about, am I going to join a church, and which church? Because one of the things that you and I share is we sort of came to this party pretty much on our own, from reading and thinking, and not from a directly Christian background. I know that you said that your dad used to be a Catholic and that his dad was a Catholic. But it's very difficult to communicate how difficult it is to look at the landscape of contemporary Christianity and try to find a place in it completely from outside it. Like, if we were born, there would be a kind of a continuity. So it's interesting that because we've talked the last time we talked on Sunday, and I was like, well, I've never heard Cal say that he's attending a church. I bet we're both kind of in similar positions with that, but it seems like that's where you're exploring. So is this model, is this an obsession? Is it something that you are looking for a particular outcome from? Is it what is the value of it? And where do you want it to lead you?
It's a good question. I mean, it's just what I found myself doing. It was really a compulsion more than anything else. It may be that God will not have very much use for it as far as leading other people to him. It might be that it's a spaceship, as it were, or like a ship that only I know how to sail. I can't necessarily say that there's any instrumental value in this in terms of bringing other people to God.
Well, the thing about a spaceship is you need to design it so that it'll get you through it, so that it'll work. That's your. It seems to be your preoccupation is you're trying to find the model that works. And like you can like I wasn't trying to evoke kind of a selfish.
No, but I'm saying that the code has to be user friendly, and it might be that for most people, the code that they use most comfortably is something which is in a way much too simple for my liking. But it's not entirely that I did this out of a matter of aesthetic preference. Again, it's like I did it because I had to. I did it because I could not understand reality through the other languages and traditions that were on offer.
It was driving you crazy.
Yeah, because if you say that one cannot be an atheist because that position is intellectually bankrupt, and then one offers some totally nonsensical definition of God, which is indistinguishable from nothingness itself, I kind of have a problem with that. I mean, I don't see that as theism coming to the rescue of intellectually bankrupt atheism.
Yes.
You live and die by the standards that you apply to, you can't have apologetics, which is just special pleading. I get mysteries and you don't. My contradictions are mysteries, yours are problems. It's like that cannot work. So you have to submit to logic. Well, I mean, just as a condition of one's own belief. I'm not sure to what extent one chooses belief. That's like more or less involuntary. I can't not believe that George Washington was the first president of the United States, despite the fact that I know nothing about that period. So, so borrowing an example from Sam Harris. So, yeah, it's you have this. Everything has to be submitted to logic, which is in another way God. And God is the Logos, and you do that because it's just what you find yourself doing, and you do that because it's the only way in which you can believe something. It has to make sense. Some people are satisfied with rather casual explanations, and some people are just like, just a pain in the butt, like me. They're just not satisfied with anything because they just pick holes in everything. So,
well, but the pain's in your butt. I would say that. Yeah, I hear what you're saying, because it's a difficult question. Why do you do anything? But it was interesting because you immediately kind of cut yourself back a little bit by saying, well, I don't know if it would be helpful to other people. And maybe because it's a fairly uncommon and specific set of interests that is required to.
It will be helpful to the extent that other people ask the same questions that I did.
Yes, right.
And sometimes people can in good conscience give what are in fact bad answers to good questions if they themselves do not have the insight to see why the answer that they've given is unsatisfactory. But and certainly I'm sure there are things which I don't fully understand. Obviously, my understanding has its own limits. Um, uh, and uh, the so but I'm just saying that if other people ask hard questions for theism, if to the extent that they like the questions that I ask, then I can answer them. So this is a kind of like advanced kind of apologetics. This is like when the program throws an exception, it has to go to some other like subroutine. There has to be some net to catch the fish that the other nets have failed to catch.
Yes.
Some very fine-grained net. And so maybe it has some utility in that sense. It has utility in helping me understand what I believe and why. And there was almost no other way that I could get to God. But at the same time, you're always pulled in the direction of God, That's inevitable. It's just like a tractor beam. So, it's kind of a paradox in that sense. But in another sense, it's just the outworking of your salvation. It, and it's the Lord God who works that in you. So
the very short answer to the question, like why and what it's for, is it's because it's necessary. And you could say necessary for you, but yeah, it's difficult to it's necessary, but it has potential utility, and that's why it's necessary. It's interesting to hear you talk about it though, because I don't know why I pursue the things that I do, but there is a sense about this sort of pursuit, or my version of it at least, which feels good, feels like good work. I don't exactly know why that is, but part of it's just because I know that some of the fruits of that work have been like my being rescued from a state of torment. It's very interesting, Cal.
well, it's like all creatures, they have a sense of ultimate reality, and different creatures' understanding of ultimate reality is more or less advanced, but all creatures are driven to form the most accurate picture that they can, which is another way of ultimate reality, which is another way of saying that all creatures are imbued with the desire to know God. And that's just a fundamental, all knowledge, every instance of reaching for knowledge is reaching for God. And that's just innate to all creatures, all rational creatures, which is to say all creatures, all creatures which are in the image of God, which is to say, in my opinion, every creature. So it's just a fundamental drive, just as the salmon swims upstream in the river. It's all things begin in God and they all return to God. So
That's a fascinating story. It's so good to hear, and I've had this experience listening to your other conversations as well. It's so good to hear like the particular story of somebody. It almost feels, it makes me start looking at just people that I meet, at random, that like I'm meeting another person who is like in some part of their like superhero origin story too.
yes.
It's extremely heartening. So I was curious about one last thing, and then unfortunately I've got to stop because my brain
That's
hurts.
understandable because I have really bad ADHD and I'm getting antsy. So that, but I think that as here we should if you move to ask one more question, let's look at that. What is that?
That's good. I just was curious about your mom. You said that she recently converted too, and that it didn't have anything to do with your conversion.
Yeah.
Is that well, that's probably a longer story than we had. Like
Well,
it's not really very
the
simple
answer
question.
to that, the answer to that is that I don't know all the reasons why. I don't know. And you know, what I've kind of learned is that people make these decisions and undergo these conversions for reasons which are kind of opaque to them, at least at the time they happen. And so, yeah, I mean, a lot of this stuff is stuff which even I lack the vocabulary for.
Right.
And you know, I used to read the dictionary religiously, as it were. Yeah, I don't know the answer to that. She has a much more kind of, in a way, casual relationship with theology than I do.
Right.
It's not the compulsion for her that it is for me. Actually, that's really understating it. I'm so different from the rest of my family that I'm almost like an alien. No one else has this preoccupation with language. But also in many ways, like intellectually, not that I'm like a heavy hitter, but intellectually, like I was always a late bloomer. So anyway, yeah, but her I don't know quite what happened. I don't know what happened with her, but
It's certainly hard to tell, even like you just observed. I mean, I as I asked that question, I realized, oh my gosh, you're asking like you're like asking another 4-hour question. Minimally.
It is, but I don't know, the answer to it.
And I still don't fully understand your story. I don't want to give that impression, but it was certainly it's always so striking how much depth there is. It's the hugeness of the world that really puts me in awe, is just how much, like the billions of human stories, they're all just as complex as ours, really. Like we have some gifts in being able to articulate ourselves. But one of the things I look forward to in the kingdom is to get some sense of all the other ways that I never even guessed, you know. So well, thank you for letting me interview you. It was really interesting and helpful. And I'm going to keep paying attention to your podcast, because you are actually a very compelling thinker with this stuff.
Well, thank you so much. I will say that, yeah, I'm interested to learn everyone else's story too. It's all to the glory of God. Every one of us is a facet which was designed uniquely to reflect God's splendor and glory. So yeah, thank you so much for your time, and send me the recordings when you're done.
All right, sounds good.
All right, touch base with you later.
Sounds good.